During the offseason, we built a portal in right field, and it transported us to Mars. And in doing so, all the players on all the teams have been swapped with random teams. It appears almost as if this is some sort of other universe. ... Better make new uniforms. Now that we're done building our uniforms, it's time to play ball. Baseball, that is. Here's how we rank among the league. FYI, this game does have flashing lights, so this is your flashing lights warning. Consider that before you continue watching this video. I appreciate you stopping by. Hit the like button and subscribe if you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy Wizards baseball, especially now that we're here on Mars.
And the San Diego Padres. The game's count starting now. It's opening day. It's the show. And that'll hurt as the runner will move into scoring position now.
Well, this inning was looking routine, and then with one base hit and a wild pitch later, things are looking a lot different. Now a base hit scores a run, got to reset on the mound and make some good pitches here.
And there's a base hit on the line. Trout rounds third and is digging for the plate, and he's safe at the plate as they take the lead. So now to the plate, Jorge Polanco. Here's the first pitch to him. Oh, and he hammers it to deep right field. First home run of the campaign for him, as we are all knotted up at 2. The next batter is Alfonso Soriano. Swing, and this is also hit well. It's a solo shot to dead center. First home run of the campaign for him. As they have taken the lead, it's now 3-2.
I don't want to say we crushed them, but it was a good opening day.
As MLB Network welcomes you to this presentation of Major League Baseball. It's the home opener of this new season between the Cincinnati Reds and the Wizards.
The fans had to wait just a touch longer than they would have liked with the squad opening the season on the road. But the ribbon has finally been cut here in their new home, and there's a palpable sense of excitement in the locker room as well, with the players and coaches alike eager to get out on the field and start this new era. It is a banner day for this franchise, Matt.
You can see the portal that transported us to Mars right here.
Hyunjin Ryu gets the ball for the opener in front of these hometown fans. The next batter is Alfonso Soriano. He'll lead things off here in the bottom half of the first. Good opposite field power here, taken high and deep to right. And that ball gets down out near the wall and should be extra bases. And he'll get there as he starts the home first with a leadoff triple.
You take a look at this one as it flies into the gap. Both outfielders give it a chase, but they can't catch up to it. Next thing you know it, one hops the wall, and he's busting his hump around second on his way to third.
Alfonso fields, too. Just because he's a slugger, don't sleep on his fielding. He has speed, and he's not afraid to go chase one down.
To the plate now, Jorge Posada. Now here's a swing by Posada, and this ball's driven well out to deep right. And goodbye. This one ain't coming back. Jorge Posada with the solo shot. Number 13 for him on the year, and this ball game is tied at 1.
No surprise with that swing of the bat. This guy is simply one of the best in the game right now. There's not too many guys that take a beautiful hack like that in the league.
Well, when a manager talks about hitting being contagious, that is exactly what we're talking about. One guy tees off, and the guy behind him starts to feel a little bit more confident, a little bit more focused. The next thing you know, you've got 3 home runs in an inning, and your entire offense is off and running.
The next batter is Alfonso Soriano. Now this one is blasted to left field, and there's no doubt about it. Back-to-back jacks. I'm excited to check the home run numbers that come out on Show Track, because that was just one of the most impressive launches we've seen in a good while. And as the numbers come in, that ball was projected to have carried over 460 feet. An amazing show of strength. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Now here's a swing by Belt, and he gets a lot of this one. Out to deep right field. Gone! A 2-run home run for the guy they call the baby giraffe, Brandon Belt. 4th home run for him on the season, as it's now a 6-run ball game. And that'll give way to the veteran second baseman, Robinson Cano. And that'll give way to the veteran second baseman, Robinson Cano. First pitch of the AB on its way. Now he turns on a fastball and sends it deep down the right field line. And, oh, he missed a home run by a matter of feet. It's off the wall. Alfonso Soriano. Oh, there it goes. In the air to left center, and you can forget about this one. So batting practice continues here today as they notch their 7th home run of the game.
Oh, Matty V, this has turned into a lopsided one here. How about this, D-Row? 7th home run of this game alone.
This is crazy. They knew coming in they had the lineup to do damage, but this is getting absolutely out of hand right now. This guy is missing over the heart of the plate. This trend could continue.
This trend will continue. I hope you're starting to see the magic that is the Wizards.
Hey, we're taking a look at one of the top pitchers in the game. This guy has over 200 career victories, and he'd like to add another one to this list. This guy's been a really good pitcher for a long time, and right now he's showing no signs of slowing down. It'll be interesting to watch him work in this one here. As we look again at that double here, you can see that he was thinking too right out of the box. Smashed it down the line, and that was some great hustle to beat the throw to second to earn himself a double.
And that'll bring Mike Trout to the dish. First shot for him here as he enters play, currently leading the senior circuit in batting.
Guy does a lot of different things in the ball field. Not only has this guy been a hit machine all year, but he also leads the league in runs scored right now. So you have to give credit to the guys behind him who are driving him in as he's been getting on all season long.
This is skied into the air to straightaway center. Catch made in straightaway center as the runner tags from second. And he's up to third safely now with 2 gone in the inning. Next will be the cleanup hitter, Robinson Cano. A potential tying run for him at third base. Now here's the first offering. Line drive, and that's a base hit into center field. And the run will score from third as that ties things at 1. And in steps the left-handed hitting Johnny Damon. The pitch. And now a ball hit pretty well down that right field line. This has some carry to it, and it is gone. Home run. So a solo home run for Johnny Damon. Home run number 9 on the year. As they have taken the lead, it's now 3-2. And the pitch. Oh, there it goes. In the air to left center, and you can forget about this one. Back-to-back home runs.
When it rains, it pours.
So a solo shot here to left center field. Home run number 16 for him on the year as they push the lead to 4-2.
Another excellent swing right there. That's multiple home runs in the same inning. Watch yourself. You're missing over the heart of the plate.
Stepping in now, Mike Trout. As he swings and lifts it in the air out to left field. And that's off the left field wall. And he'll pull into second with one away.
Their own pitcher is absolutely dealing right now, so this is a big moment in this game. If his teammates can pick him up and drive him in now, that might be all they need to get the W here.
Jake Diekman answers the call to pitch here in a big spot. He inherits a bases loaded jam, but needs just one out to get out of it. First pitch coming, here it is. High in the air and deep to left center field. Gone! It's a grand slam. So one swing and he unloads the bases on that one as they move out in front 7-6. And that'll bring in the switch hitting Francisco Lindor. And it's belted high and deep into right center. Racing back the center fielder. That one is out of here. This game is tied.
Wizards never die.
Solo shot to right center, and we are tied again.
Boy, that can be demoralizing. You have the lead, and you give up a home run in the bottom of the ninth to tie it. Now you just have to continue to play this one out.
Top of 10.
Now the 1-2 pitch. A bouncer to the left side. Throw on to first for the second out, but meanwhile that all-important go-ahead run is in to score. And he struck him out for out number 3, so that'll wrap things up here as they leave the possible tying run stranded at first. A 1-run finish, an 8-7 game tonight. Los Angeles get the win on the heels of 4 home runs. Goose Gossage gets the win in relief, his second of the year. Tonight we've got a good matchup in store between the San Francisco Giants and the Wizards. Sonny Gray, a right-hander out of Tennessee, will be the starting pitcher.
An easy out for the defense.
Hit in the air to right center field. This ball is carrying well. Back it goes, and it is out of here. So it's a solo home run here leading off the ballgame. 8th home run on the season for him as the Giants are staked to a 1-0 lead.
And he throws both sides of the...
Bellinger connects as this is deep to right. Damon looks up. Gone to lead off the inning. It's a solo homer for Cody Bellinger. 8th home run on the season for him as the Giants have taken a 2-0 lead. Line drive, and that's a base hit into center field. And not in time as the run scores.
Hey, Dero, they're making this guy pay. That's 3 straight singles and a run driven in.
Yeah, nothing hit extremely hard. Killing them softly, station to station with those knocks.
So it's a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on.
The batter number 24, second baseman, Robinson.
Standing in now, Robinson Cano. Line drive, and that's a base hit into center field. And the runner from third scores as they try to work their way back into this one. Digging in next will be Chris Bryant. Loud contact off the bat of Bryant and sent deep to left. And out of here. And I mean by plenty. That ball was crushed. Trying to hold the lead. Here's the delivery. This is flared out towards second. And that is through into center field. A base hit. The tying run is in to score from second.
Robbie Cano, don't you know?
It's not easy scoring in the late innings, so that RBI base hit to tie things up, that comes at a really good time.
Now a ball hit in the air to straightaway left. This is carrying well. Out of here. A solo shot here to left, and it's now a one-run ball game. Trevor Rosenthal takes the ball now in inning number 9, looking to close the door. Now to the plate, Brandon Belt. He'll lead things off here as we play the bottom of the 9th. And a big pitch coming here late, so he'll step out and ask for time. Oh, and he got a pitch to handle as this ball is hit high in the air and deep. And folks, this ball game is tied. Solo shot to right center, and just like that, this ball game is all tied. The next batter is Alfonso Soriano. Andrew Kittredge takes over now to start the home 11th, and he's looking to get this one to the visiting 12th. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Down the right field line. That's going to be down for a base hit, possibly more than that. Around first, he's digging for second. And he's able to hustle his way up to second as he'll reach here with a two-base hit.
The fans didn't even get a chance to settle in their seats for the beginning of the inning, and he just blistered that ball down the line on the first pitch he saw. It stayed fair, and he's safely on second with the leadoff double. That's the way you lead off an inning.
At the plate now, Brandon Belt pulled toward right center field. And a high bounce will take it over the outfield wall, and this ball game is over.
Well, that at bat shows
Wizards never die.
That some guys they have that clutch gene, and some guys just don't. He brings home the winning run from second and is being absolutely mobbed by his teammates. What a finish!
And wow, we travel through the portal again. Now, all teams appear to have their all-time legends. Each MLB team has a DH, and we have crash-landed in New Mexico. The year is also reset to 2021. Traveling through space and time is dangerous, kids. Anyways, time to make our New Mexico logo. That's how we know this is the right timeline. When we went to Mars, it was raining in San Diego on opening day. Rain in San Diego? I don't think so.
Park. Opening day is here as we get the new season underway with a good matchup between the Wizards and the San Diego Padres. And standing in, the ever-dangerous Mike Trout. Hit in the air down the right field line. And he is going to have extra bases to start the 4th. And now it'll kick around in the corner. The relay throw, and Trout will make it around to third base. He's in with a triple.
Yeah, and after that one, it looks like the first run of the game could be coming pretty soon. He got a pitch that he liked, and he roped it to the outfield. Then he showed the speed necessary to make it all the way around to third.
Brandon Phillips is at the plate now, and he's quickly behind 0-1.
Hey, he's rolling so far in this one as we head into middle part of this game. How about 90% of his first pitches have been for strikes? If he continues to do that, he just might finish this one.
And solid contact there as this ball is belted high in the air out to left. And they take the lead. It's gone. Here's Nolan Arenado. First pitch of the AB on its way. And that swung on and missed for strike one.
Hey, love the confidence in that pitch right there. Going right after one of the better hitters on this team. Not afraid to execute.
Arenado swings, and this one is crushed out to left field. And this ball is gone. No chance to make a play on that one.
Maybe think twice before you challenge Nolan Arenado.
Nolan Arenado touches them all. First home run of the campaign for him, as it's now a 3-0 ball game.
Yeah, and if you remember the previous pitch, he couldn't get around on a fastball and was mad at himself. Well, there's nothing to be mad about anymore, unless you're the guy standing on the mound wondering what just happened.
So that'll bring in Mookie Betts. And a swing from him yields a foul pop out of play to the right. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame so far. Swing and a drive. This one's deep to right. And it's out of here. Back-to-back 2-out home runs. A solo home run there for Mookie. First home run of the campaign for him as they move on top 4-0. At the plate now is Brian Giles. He's their last shot here with 2 away in the 9th as they look to avoid the shutout.
Yeah, Matt, they just haven't had any.
Throw on to first is in time to get him. And the Wizards move to 1-0 on the young season as this ball game is over. 4-0 the score this afternoon. The Wizards used
Randy Johnson, the big unit with a complete game shutout in his first game as a Wizard. Let's go.
From Little Havana, just west of downtown Miami, we've got baseball from Lone Depot Park. Tonight, the opener of a 3-game series between the Wizards and the Miami Marlins. Alongside Dan Plizak and Mark DeRosa, and Danny, as pitching matchups go, it doesn't get much better than what we've got here for this one.
Well, Matt, these are two of the best in the business. Two guys that throw a lot of strikes, and if their game is on, we should have a very low-scoring ball game with these two elite starting pitchers.
It's baseball. It's the show, and it comes your way next. And that is going to sneak on through into right. It's a 1-out single.
How frustrating is that, Dan? He tries to bury something in with 2 strikes, and this guy's able to put bat on baseball and find a way to hit a soft liner to the opposite field.
You know, sometimes you have to tip your cap. That inside-out swing as a pitcher, you think you've thrown a good pitch, but...
And hold on there. He got him. Trying to swipe second base, but he's gunned down for the out. The 0-2 once more. Well hit the other way, and it's into the gap. the run will score as the Marlins have claimed the early 1-0 advantage. And here's Christian Yelich now. He's batting cleanup in this one, but will get us started here in the inning as they look to wake up the bats.
Yeah, not much to get excited about with just a single notch on the scoreboard, but you have to give credit to where it's deserved. The pitching on the other side has been really impressive. Everything he's doing is working. All of his pitches, great command, great location, and the big key, with 2 strikes, he's attacking the zone.
Up next is Fernando Tatis Jr. He's their last shot here with 2 away in the 9th as they look to avoid the shutout.
Yeah, Matt, they just haven't had any answer for the great pitching so far in this one.
Good pitch as this is swung on and missed, and now they're down to perhaps their final strike of the evening. And a swing and a miss as they definitely had him reaching for that one, and this ball game is over.
Yeah, and we knew he was in a groove from the first inning, and he just kept this thing rolling and rolling and rolling.
Look, it's a tough loss, and Webb threw a gem, but sometimes that's not enough.
We are under the lights as the show gets you ready for another edition of Major League Baseball. It's the home opener of this new season between
there seems to be a glitch in the Matrix. In the process of transporting our team from Vegas to Mars to Roswell, they seem to think our stadium is still in Vegas for some reason.
The fans in their new city, but it's finally time for their home opener. Quite an exciting day. Here's Heidi Watney with more.
The fans had to wait just a touch longer than they would have liked with the squad opening the season on the road. But the ribbon has finally been cut here in their new home, and there's a palpable sense of excitement in the locker room as well, with the players and coaches alike eager to get out on the field and start this new era. It is a banner day for this franchise, Matt.
Brandon Webb gets the ball for the opener in front of these hometown fans. Neither guy giving in here, and they'll do it again.
Hey, have an AB right here. I know it's frustrating the heck out of the pitcher.
There's a swing and a drive, and everybody's just going to sit back and watch that one fly. A no-doubt home run.
Just when you're looking for one of those shutdown innings, you get 2 quick outs, D-roll, then you give up a 2-out base hit to extend the inning.
Yeah, you show me a big league ball player that's going to give away an AB. No chance. Everybody's in there grinding every at-bat, every plate appearance. Nice job. Maybe a little 2-out lightning starting.
Here's Nolan Arenado. He gets a shot to hit here in the inning following the 2-out single.
Yeah, and that hit might not amount to much, but anytime you can extend an inning and give a guy with plenty of pop a chance to swing it, the outlook of an inning changes dramatically.
First pitch on the way. Now a swing and a fly ball. And this will wind up a foul ball.
Hey, when you're featuring a mid-90s fastball like this pitcher, attack with that pitch. Get ahead. Get the offense on their toes. That opens up the off-speed pitches later in the game.
And he fouls this one off. He's ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch. There's a swing and a missile sent out to center field. Center fielder looking up. Still going back. See you later. Over the wall, a home run. Two-run shot to straightaway center. Second home run early in the year. As they take the lead, it's 2-1. Write it down in the record books. He's hit their first homer since moving to their new hometown.
And it was no cheapie. 420 feet to dead center, and that one was a bomb. Nolan Arenado in the Wizards record books once again.
Expect bad things to happen, so instead of a double play ball, he gives up a shot to the outfield, and that brings the runner all the way around from first to score.
And that'll score the runner from third as they seize control here, 3-2.
Boy, that has to feel good as a hitter, D-Roy. You get that base hit to give your team the lead. You have to feel good when you get down to first base.
Yeah, it's just a nice approach. You see him turn to his boys right there and get fired up with the dugout. 100% 100%, not trying to do too much, able to quiet the moment down, center himself, and come through in a big spot.
Working for the punch out and the offering to first. He's got it. And he'll take it to the bag himself for the second out, but meanwhile the run is in to score. Catch is made here in right, and here comes the runner from third. And he's going to get in there at the plate to make it a 5-2 lead now. And now the first pitch. There's a fastball on the inner third taken for a strike.
So important getting ahead with the bases loaded. Already a difficult situation, so you don't want to make it any harder by falling behind in the count.
The runner from second crosses the plate. It's a 7-2 ball game.
And you know, this run might be the one that seals this thing for good. A 3-run deficit is tough enough to overcome, but a 5-run deficit feels like it might just be a little bit too much. They don't have many outs left to work with.
A solo shot here to left. Home run number 3 here in the early going, as it's now a 7-3 game.
But this one was a blowout and not in our favor.
Getting set for baseball under the lights just outside of Atlanta at Truist Park. Tonight, the opener of a 3-game series between the Wizards and the Atlanta Braves. Alongside Dan Plizak and Mark DeRosa, and Danny, as pitching matchups go, it doesn't get much better than what we've got here for this one.
Well, Matt, these are two of the best in the business. Two guys that throw a lot of strikes, and if their game is on, we should have a very low-scoring ball game with these two elite starting pitchers.
It's baseball on the show, and it's coming up next. Kid Nichols gets the ball for Atlanta in this one. What do you have for us on him, Danny?
You know, it's awfully tough in today's game when your strikeout to walk ratio is less than even. Too many balls are put in play, plus you add that with the base on balls. That just shows me one thing. He doesn't have that one solid out pitch that he can get somebody out with.
And that gets through for a 1-out base hit. And they'll have runners at the corners following the 1-out single.
Well, that's an aggressive tactic by the manager right there. You don't see that often. Hit and run this early in the game. That's usually saved for mid to later when you're trying to score some runs. But obviously, they have major respect for this guy on the mound today.
Here's Nolan Arenado as he lifts it in the air to right field. Right fielder giving chase. He can't get there as it falls in. The run comes across to score, and they jump ahead 1-0.
Hey, nice way to start a new series, D-Roll. The only thing you want to do is try to score early. It's always nice to win the first game of a series.
Yeah, they're coming out swinging right here, trying to set the tone and let everybody breathe a deep sigh of relief. Hopefully get this first game under our belt.
At the plate, Adrian Gonzalez, and he hits it hard to the right side. And that's through into right field for a base hit. And he will beat the tag, safe at the plate.
You don't think being a starting pitcher in this league will test your resolve? He's already given up more runs in the first inning in this one than he did his entire last start. That's the kind of roller coaster ride that will make you a little crazy. But that's kind of how baseball works sometimes.
Zach Gallen will be on the mound for the series opener. What's your take on him, Dan?
Hey, this guy has a 4-pitch repertoire, right? And those are a lot of nice options to have. You can go hard, soft. You can go in and out. And anytime you have 4 pitches, if you can throw them for strikes, you have the big advantage. One of the reasons is he changes speeds really well, and he throws both sides of the plate. One of the keys to missing the barrels, you have to be able to throw inside and throw outside, and he's about as good as it gets in baseball at missing barrels.
That'll bring up Hank Aaron. As the first pitch misses to him, it's ball 1. Guys, you take a look at our visiting club as they enter play here this evening. Hit high and deep out there to left center field. A leap there by Trout, but he can't reel it in, if you will. That ball is gone. So a solo shot here to left center field. 7 home runs for him on the year now. And the Braves have struck for a run. It's now a 2-1 game.
And with one swing of the bat, he shows you why he's dripping with tools. He's got the speed, he's got the power. You don't know how to attack this guy.
Into the corner and slicing foul. Low-scoring game thus far, 2-1 here in the 6th. In front of the changeup, and he can't keep it fair. 2 strikes on him now. Oh, and this ball is absolutely blasted high and deep. And that one is gone. Ozzie Albies with a solo homer. First home run of the campaign for him as the Braves have come back to tie things up at 2 apiece. Go-ahead runs in scoring position here with nobody out. And it's fouled away. Neither guy giving in here, and they'll do it again.
Hey, have an AB right here. I know it's frustrating the heck out of the pitcher. You keep fouling these pitches off, maybe one misses over the heart of the plate.
And he'll turn and throw back to second again. And the runner back. Go-ahead runs in scoring position here with nobody out. And now he'll again ask for time. And one thing you don't want to do is get a pitcher too riled up out there. Again, a 1-2. A bouncer up the middle. And that's through into center field. Base hit. And the go-ahead runs in to score as they break the tie. It's 3-2.
Dan, you'll take RBIs any way you can get them, but when they give your team the lead in the late innings, man, that feels good.
Skipper's out of the third base dugout on his way toward the mound. And we're going to see a pitching change as that's going to do it for his starter here tonight. So as he departs, his fate is still up in the air. He could stand to win it. He could get a no decision. He could even be on the hook for the loss if both runners come around to score. Jose Valverde comes on now in an awfully difficult situation as there are 2 on here with nobody out. So next up will be Freddy Freeman. He squares it up and hits a bolt to left center. And that finds the outfield grass for a base hit. And that's going to plate the tying run from second as we've got ourselves a brand new ball game now.
You know, D-Row, in today's game, it's not easy scoring in the late innings, so that RBI base hit.
There's a huge swing by Acuna and a drive to deep left. Trout is there, and that should be deep enough to score the run. He's in there at the plate, and they've taken the lead here in the 7th.
Hey, putting together good at-bats late in the games can really help out, and how about this sac fly right here? Good at-bat that leads to his team getting the lead here in the late innings.
Ozzie Albies is in for the 3rd time now as he takes a called strike. It's 0-1. Freeman stands at first with 1 out. Arenado has it. There's 1. Relay to first in time, and just like that, this side is retired. So it's 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and no one left. 8th inning coming up. The Braves on top, 4-3.
You think you can drive it, but it's really hard to get.
This ball's down, and that could bring in a run. And the run is in to score from second. It's a 4-4 game.
Dan, right here you see a situation where no doubles defense comes back to bite you.
Old ball. On to first, and that is a huge out to start the bottom of the 9th. Stepping up is Javier Lopez, singled in his last at-bat. Oh, and this is hit high and deep out to left. Ball game! A solo shot here to left, and with 1 swing of the bat, this ball game is over.
Devastating loss in the bottom of the 9th. You hate to see it. After that, I realized we needed some help in the pitching department, particularly in the bullpen, so I decided to make some moves. Let's get Kerry Wood Mordecai Brown and Bruce Sutter from the Cubs, they seem to think that's a fair deal, and I
Coming
do
up, we've got
too.
a good matchup in store between the Colorado Rockies and the Wizards. With Dan Plizak and Mark DeRosa and D-Row, a Major League debut on tap in this one for a guy that comes pretty highly regarded as a prospect.
He does, Matty. I think there's several reasons to be excited about this kid and what he might do in his career at the big league level. I know his nerves have got to be running high right now, but no matter how he performs today, should be fun to see how he develops and if he can establish himself as a solid big leaguer moving forward.
Three-finger Mordecai Brown gets the call for game one of the series. What's your take on him, Dan?
Wow, talk about a number that jumps out at you. This guy's whip, which is walks to hits to innings pitch, is less than 1 coming into this start. That's not an easy thing to do. That tells me one thing. Not only is his stuff good, but he wipes people out quick. This is a real good pitcher.
And that'll bring in Charlie Blackman as he'll take a look at his strike right down the middle. It's 0-1. Great chance to drive in a run here in the early going. Swing by Blackman, and it's hammered to right field. And out of here, and I mean by plenty. That ball was crushed. A 2-run blast to straightaway right field. 7 home runs for him on the year now, as the Rockies have taken a 2-0 lead. 2 out with the man at first. Oh, and he took a big swing at that one as this is driven out to deep left center field. And that one is gone on a 2-strike count with 2 away in the inning. So a 2-run shot to left center. 7 home runs for him on the year now, as the Rockies have taken a 4-0 lead. Weak grounder down the first baseline. Throw is not going to be in time to get him, and somehow he's going to wind up with an infield single.
The shortstop, Fernando Tatis Jr.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. And he's first pitch swinging here as he lines this one into left field for a base hit.
No mistake what he was sitting on. Fastball middle of the plate, kept his hands back, stayed through the baseball, and delivers a hard hit line drive.
Here's Mookie Betts as he hits one on a line to left field. But that'll stay in the park as it's off the left field wall. The relay to second now, but he's safe as a run will score on the play as well.
When this thing left the bat, I thought it had 3-run homer written all over it, but it bounces off the wall, so only 1 run scores. And now a chance for his buddy to return the favor and bring in 1 or maybe 2.
Leading off the inning, it'll be Adrian Gonzalez, and they could use a spark from him here. First pitch of the AB now. Swinging a ball yanked down the right field line. And that's a base hit. 1 for 2 in his first couple of plate appearances. Not in time, and he's in there with a double.
The fans didn't even get a chance to settle in their seats for the beginning of the inning, and he just blistered that ball down the line on the first pitch he saw. It stayed fair, and he's safely on second with the leadoff double. That's the way you lead off an inning.
In now, Chad Tracy. This one's smoked the other way, high and deep to left. And he can't track it down. A base hit. The relay, but he'll be in there with a double.
Now batting, catcher, Javier Lopez.
At the plate, Jared Saltalamacchia. A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap. And that ball gets down out near the wall and should be extra bases. And the tying run comes around to score from second. It's a 4-4 game.
The batter, number
Good hitting is contagious. We all know that. He saw his buddies get some good swings earlier in the inning, and he does just the same, driving in 2 more here. The guy in the bump has got to find a way to get some outs, or he's going to be gone in a hurry.
Up next is Fernando Tatis Jr., runner in scoring position with 2 gone. Here's the first pitch to him. High and deep to left center field. Blackman going back, but he can't get it as it's off the wall. He pulls into second safely as they jump ahead with a run scoring on the play.
He didn't fool anybody there because he was waiting on that curveball all the way. Stays back and lets it break right over the heart of the plate. Gives it a ride and drives in a run. Nice piece of hitting right there.
Struck him out, and he becomes the 9th strikeout victim thus far.
Well, you can tell by their approach that they're going to go up there and try to be aggressive off this guy, but he's taking full advantage of that. He's pounding the zone with strikes, and right now we're seeing a lot of swings and misses and a lot of strikeouts and no walks either.
Tony Batista is at the plate as he takes a cold strike 1.
He's looking pretty passive here, hitting with a chance to drive in a run. Going to have to make something happen with 2 strikes now.
A runner on first with 2 away. And another foul ball. Hit in the air down the right field line. On the move is Betts. He can't get there, so the inning will continue. Gonzalez is on his way home. And he's safe at the plate. It's now 5-5. And this is pretty cool, guys. Not only is that his first big league hit, it's also his first major league RBI. Not a bad way to get your career started.
Yeah, no doubt, Matty.
Into the box now, Jared Saltalamacchia. This is driven to right, and no doubt about it, that one's way out of here. So that's his first home run in the big leagues, and it's fair to say it's a moment he'll never forget.
Well, there's no doubt about that, Matt. People ask him 50 years from now who he hit it off of and what stadium he was playing in, and he'll remember it all. Heck, he'll probably remember what kind of pitch it was, too. Hopefully he can get the ball back so that can go in his trophy case forever.
And now, Mookie Betts. He'll try and get something started in the home half of the 7th.
The right fielder, Mookie.
Infield in the overshift here. Now the pitch. Oh, and he extends nicely, and this ball's driven to right field and deep. Gone! A solo home run there for Mookie. 7 home runs for him on the year now as they open up an 8-5 lead.
Hey, that's the price you pay right there when you try and sneak a fastball past this guy. Power hitter, and every power hitter in the league knows you got to start with the numero uno, number 1, man. You got to get on the heater and adjust to everything else, and he did just that.
This is what a power pitcher will do to you if he executes his pitches. That was a 3-pitch strikeout, and with the kind of stuff that he has, it's not uncommon for him to absolutely dominate certain guys.
Stepping in now, Tony Batista as he'll look at a changeup that drops below the knees for ball 1. And he won't bite at that one either. It's 2-0. Oh, here's a shot out to right center. He's in at second safely as they also score a pair of runs on the play. Bruce Sutter takes the ball now in inning number 9, looking to close the door. All set for the start of the inning, and next will be the first-year shortstop, Troy Tulowitzki. And we kick off the 9th inning with a swinging strike here, 0-1. A little quick on that swing, and he finds himself behind 0-2. And he'll strike out here yet again, as it's been a ball game to forget thus far. 4 strikeouts.
When your closer comes in and strikes out the first guy he faces, everyone on the team can kind of take a deep breath. Still have 2 more outs to get, but retiring that leadoff guy is always huge when you're trying to shut a game down.
DJ LeMahieu comes on with 1 gone here as he looks at a called strike 1. Takes this the other way to right, and a dive, but he comes up empty, and this is big trouble now out in right center.
Now that they needed. Bases empty, 1 out, down 1 in the 9th. He's got to find a way, any way to get on base, and he does more than that, getting into scoring position here. We've got a great finish on our hands, guys.
Right to him. On to first, and the Rockies are now down to their final out of the game. So stepping in is Dante Bichette, trying here to plate the tying run from second. No balls and a strike to count. And it's a ball and a strike to Bichette.
If you're going to have success against some of the better hitters in the game, you've got to get that pitch right there. 0-2.
Hold on now. That ball is down and could score a run. And he is out at the plate. He tried in vain to score the tying run, and this place is going crazy. The ball game is over. A 1-run finish, an 8-7 game tonight. New Mexico rode an important 6th inning to victory in this one. 3-finger Mordecai Brown earns his 5th winner of the year. Bruce Sutter closes the door for the save, his 6th. So that's a wrap here tonight. For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, and Heidi Watney, this is Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching MLB The Show. For more, find us on Twitter at MLB The Show. Not exactly ideal baseball conditions with the rain coming down, but first pitch is just around the corner. Tonight, game 2 of this 3-game series between the Wizards and the New York Mets. Alongside Dan Plizak and Mark DeRosa, and Danny, as pitching matchups go, it doesn't get much better than what we've got here for this one.
Well, Matt, these are 2 of the best in the business. 2 guys that throw a lot of strikes, and if their game is on, we should have a very low-scoring ball game with these 2 elite starting pitchers.
Mets baseball starts right now. Number 48, a right-hander from Florida, gets the ball as the starter here. What do you have for us on him, Danny?
Yeah, his last one was kind of a train wreck. Wasn't able to get out of the 2nd inning in his last start and took the loss. He's going to look to go a lot deeper into this one, hopefully to take some of that stress out of that bullpen so the bullpen doesn't have to bail him out again in the 2nd inning.
Kurt Schilling is on the mound for game 2. Dan Plizak, what do you got?
Hey, Matty V, this ought to be exciting. This is one of the top young pitchers in the game right now.
Yeah, sometimes you wake up and you just get smacked in the mouth right here. He's going to have to start executing pitches. He cannot leave a ball over the heart of the plate right here. He's going to have damage on his hands.
And there are runners at the corners now. And he gripped that one a bit too tightly as it broke down and just about got him. And they'll go off speed here as this pitch misses. It's 2-1.
Great chance right here as a hitter to be really aggressive. With 2 guys already on, pretty good shot. He's going to get a challenge pitch right here.
Fouled off. Runners are at first and third with none out. Liner towards second. A leap, but he can't bring it down. Base hit. And they're going to take a 1-0 lead as the run comes across to score. And he's going to get to second now with nobody out. So much of this game is situational hitting, guys. Nice job there.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to pick your teammates up when you're given the chance. And he doesn't try to do too much right here. He just takes what's there. Safely on second, and his buddy is high-fiving teammates in the dugout.
So that'll bring in Mookie Betts. Now a ball ripped into deep center field. Catch is made. Here comes the runner from third. The relay. So that'll go into the books as an E6, and he'll be kicking himself over that one. So next to hit is Katel Marte. They've got 2 already home in the inning and a potential 3rd waiting in the wings only 90 feet away. Hit back up the middle. Fielded cleanly. Throw to first is in time, but meanwhile the runner is in to score. Next for the Mets, Mike Piazza. 2 on, 2 out for him here in the 3rd. Lays off 1-0. Beltran at second. Reyes at first. 2 out in the inning. Taken, and that one catches the bottom part of the strike zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count.
Hey, usually the second time through the order you start seeing an incorporation of some more off-speed stuff. But this guy's locating, feeling really good about his fastball. 2 back-to-back.
Swung on, and this ball is hammered. Forget about it. Gone! A 3-run shot down the line in left. 7 home runs for him on the year now. And the Mets have come back to tie things at 3.
Yeah, he is kicking himself right now. He worked his tail off to get out of that jam and was 1 strike away from getting there, and then boom, all that work goes to waste.
And that'll get on through into center, and he's got himself a 1-out hit.
Nice execution right there, Dan. Kept his front shoulder in, kept his hands inside the baseball, and ripped the base hit up the middle.
And if you're a pitcher right there, you can't get discouraged. Sometimes even when you make a good pitch, the ball's going to find a hole somewhere. That one right up the middle.
At the plate, Brandon Phillips. As he'll take a look at a pitch too low, it's ball 1. He's 0 for 1 thus far. Swing, and he launches this one to deep left field. And they take the lead. It's gone. It's a 2-run shot to straightaway left. 6th home run on the season for him, and it's now 5-3.
Hey, I know we're not sitting up here with a crystal ball, but that swing right there, although in the middle innings, could be the deciding factor. And we could be looking back at this one when it's all said and done.
Bruce Sutter enters the game to finish this one off here in the bottom of the 9th. Striding forward now is the DH, Rusty Staub. And he will not be seeing the usual suspect to close this game out, as he's been given the day off by his manager to get a little rest.
Yeah, he's worked a few days in a row, Matt, so we were told before the game by the skipper he wanted to avoid using him if possible. So that means they will look to close this thing out without him.
The first baseman, number 6.
Now here's the first offering. Lou Haywood is in with 2 away as he takes a ball 1-0. 2 out, nobody on. And it's fouled away. Good pitch as this is swung on and missed, and now they're down to perhaps their final strike of the evening. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that'll do it here as the ball game is over.
Well, the skipper has to be pleased. They go on the road and win the first 2 of this 3-game series, playing for the sweep tomorrow.
This evening's game comes to an end, 5-4 the final tally. The Wizards took the lead in the 4th and held on until the end. Kurt Schilling earns win number 4 on the season. Bruce Sutter earns the save out of the bullpen, his 8th of the season.
We will take Raleigh Fingers as well. Let's go. The Yankees don't seem to want their rookie A-Rod, so we will pick him up. Thank you very much.
afternoon baseball here on the show. Ought to be a good one here between the Seattle Mariners and the Wizards. With Dan Plizak and Mark DeRosa and D-Row, a major league debut on tap in this one for a guy that comes pretty highly regarded as a prospect.
He does, Matty. I think there's several reasons to be excited about this kid and what he might do in his career at the big league level. I know his nerves have got to be running high right now, but no matter how he performs today, should be fun to see how he develops and if he can establish himself as a solid big leaguer moving forward.
Kurt Schilling out of the state of Arkansas is on the hill here. What do we need to know here, Danny?
Hey, Matt, we're getting a chance to look at a guy that's been pretty good his last 3 starts. A whip under 1.20, so he minimizes the amount of base runners. He's a tough customer. It'll be fun to watch him to see if he's on point early in this one here today.
Makes the catch, but the runner from third breaks for home. And he will score on the sacrifice fly as he's in with our first tally of the ballgame.
Great job of offensive execution there. Leadoff triple and then the sac fly to bring home a run.
Now the pitch. Jared Saltalamacchia is in with 1 away now as he swings and misses here at strike 1. Bouncer up the middle. And that'll find its way into center field for a 1-out hit.
Get the ball for this man. He needs to put that on the mantle. He's been struggling. The season hasn't gone according to plan, but he's staying pot committed and grinded out a nice knock.
So now to the plate, Babe Ruth. Oh, high, deep. That is a moonshot, folks. A long home run. So a 2-run shot to left center. 32 now for the season as we are all knotted up at 2.
No surprise with that swing of the bat. This guy is simply one of the best in the game right now. There's not too many guys that take a beautiful hack like that in the league.
This one's flared off to the right side. And that's going to get the job done. It's a base hit. And that'll score the runner from third as they seize control here 3-2. In now, Edgar Martinez. Oh, and that ball's absolutely crushed down the line. Forget about it. That's going to stay fair and make it back-to-back home runs. So a solo shot down the line in left, and even 30 home runs on the year as they take the lead 4-3. Sharp ground ball to third. Oh, look at Arenado. Hats off to that one. Any questions as to why this guy's a Gold Glover? Didn't think so. More to come on the show Sunday Baseball after this. Here's Mookie Betts. Loud contact by Mookie and a ball carrying well to left field. And that ball will stay fair, and it's gone. A home run. Two runs on the board after the home run by Mookie Betts. Number 28 on the season as they will take the lead here. It's now a 5-4 ball game. Well, one of the narratives of today's game has been driven by the long ball. We've seen these squads go deep a combined 5 times in this one.
Yeah, Matty B, you know what, D-Roll, there's an old saying, when the temperatures start to heat up, so do the bats, and that's what we saw in this one.
Yeah, Dan, without question.
Oh, there it goes. In the air to left center, and you can forget about this one. Back-to-back home runs. It's a solo home run here for Mike Trout. 41st home run of the year for him, and it's now 6-4.
I'll tell you, the guy on the bump is wishing there was a mercy rule in professional baseball right about now. Hey, but there's no such luck. He's just got to own those back-to-back homers and the rest of it until he gets off the hook, which might be very soon.
And that'll bring forth the rookie outfielder, Babe Ruth. And now the first pitch. As he'll get caught chasing a bad one there, it's strike one. Fouled away. Driven deep at the wall. It is gone. Solo shot to right center. His second home run of the game, and it's now 7-4.
Well, as a team, they've gone yard 4 times, and this guy's accounted for half of them. Memo to all pitchers the rest of the game: if this guy comes to the plate, you might want to pitch around him.
This sign is deep, and he tried to hit it and to hit it accurately. That's a great Bambino for you. Hit it here.
In now, Fernando Tatis Jr. As the fastball is swung on and missed. Good location down at the knees for strike one. He's got a hit in 3 at-bats to this point. This one's also hit well. Deep down the right field line. Gone! A solo shot down the line in right. Number 33 on the year. And they double him up. It's 8-4. This has been quite a hitting display from both sides. That's home run number 8 on the day. Into the box now, Stephen Drew. Oh, and he leaves that one right over the plate as this is sent high and deep out to right center field. And it is gone, a home run. So that's his first home run in the big leagues, and it's fair to say it's a moment he'll never forget. Now to bat, Babe Ruth, trying to stay perfect. He's 3 for 3 so far.
Man, he's making a lot of noise in this one. He's feeling really locked in at the plate right now. We used to have a saying in the dugout, anybody.
There's a swing and a missile sent out to center field. And that ball gets down out near the wall and should be extra bases. And he'll pull into second with his 4th hit of the ball game.
You'd think they'd stop pitching to this guy by now. He's been torching them all weekend, and he stays hot here with another extra base hit. They'll be happy when this series is over, so they don't have to deal with this dude anymore.
Crowd of over 39,000 on their feet. And this ball swung on and hit to center field, and this should do it. And he'll make the catch to end it as the Wizards continue the roll they've been on. 7 straight victories now as this ball game is over. This one ends with a 10-5 score. The Wizards used a nice 5th inning to take the lead, and they never gave it back. Kurt Schilling records the victory, his 13th of the year.
And it must be July because it's time for the Home Run Derby.
If a contestant hits 2 home runs 440 feet or further, they will earn an additional 30 seconds of bonus time. Whoever hits the most home runs will advance to the next round until one man is crowned champion. Now that the rules are clear, it's time for the Home Run Derby. Now hitting, representing the Pittsburgh Pirates, Ralph Kiner. And now, the challenger, Mike Trout. About that one. Making it even 20 home runs. Wow. And there's number 21. Time's up. That will do it. He ends the round with 21 home runs. And that won't be enough to advance. Unfortunately, he has been eliminated.
We are under the lights this evening as we get you set for another edition of Baseball on the Show. Coming up, we've got a good matchup in store between the LA Dodgers and the Wizards. It's Baseball on the Show, and it's coming up next. Brandon Webb will be on the mound for the series opener. What's your take on him, Dan?
Hey, we look a lot at numbers from starting pitchers, walks to innings pitched, but one of the key stats I look for is whip. And he has a sub 1.30 whip coming into this start, which tells me he throws strikes. He's not afraid to get the ball in the strike zone. It'll be interesting to see if he can string together some real quality innings in this one.
Pee Wee Reese is looking to extend that hitting streak, which stands at 8 games coming in. Another one fouled off, and he's quickly behind 0-2. Pitch taken several inches below the zone, in fact. And he swings and lifts an easy fly ball into shallow center field. Trout has it, and I'd be surprised if they send the runner. The tag, and he is out at the plate. So much for our first run of the ball game. Fernando Valenzuela gets the call for game 1 of the series. Sent in the air out to straightaway central. He leaps, but he can't get it. It's down for extra bases. He hit the corner and tries for third. Betts takes the turn at third. He wants it all. The tag, and he is out at the plate. So much for our first run of the ball game.
Third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
Two men on, two out. And up next, it'll be the Hall of Famer George Brett. curveball looked at here for strike one. That's over, but low. It's a ball and a strike. No contact there, and it's 1-2.
That was a great hack right there. Timing was on point.
There's a swing and a drive, and everybody's just going to sit back and watch that one fly. A no-doubt home run. So it's a 3-run shot to straightaway right field. Number 10 for him on the year. And the Dodgers have now taken a 3-0 lead.
You want to certainly drive home runs out of the ballpark, then you better get on the gas. And that's what he did right there. That fastball was not sneaking by him.
Striding in is Mike Trout, grounded out in his last at-bat.
Yeah, I understand that, Matty, but this guy's got burner wheels down the first base line. I don't think he even concerns himself with that. He has to put it on the ground. That's part of what makes him successful. I mean, this offense has struggled because they haven't been able to make the adjustment. He stayed staunch on the outer half, and these guys have not worked the ball the other way.
Oh, high, deep. That is a moonshot, folks. A long home run. It's a solo home run here for Mike Trout. Number 31 for him on the season. As they get one back, it's 3-1 now.
What a great feeling right there as he circles the pillows. Finally able to get this offense potentially going with one swing of the bat. Being shut out all game, but not anymore.
Here comes the Dodger manager making his way toward the mound. And he's going to motion for his bullpen here. That'll do it for the starter tonight. Tired a bit as he reached the 7th, but he's got a shot at the victory if his bullpen can help him out. Mike Stanton comes on now, and he'll take over with nobody out in inning number 7. Standing in now, Alex Rodriguez. Swing and a drive to right center. Hey, that ball's going to be way out of here. Back-to-back home runs. Solo shot to right center. Number 22 on the year, as it's now a 3-2 ball game.
A little quick jump right there. He does it in a variety of different ways. That time, first pitch out of the gate, he was coming unglued.
Katel Marte at the plate. Let's go. Come on, Katel. Let's see what you can do against the Dodgers here. Katel Marte, ladies and gentlemen, number 4 for the Wizards. Let us try to hack at that one. Nope. Dodgers warming up the bullpen. No surprise. 3-3. LAD versus New Mexico Wizards. Katel Marte, let's go. Whack it. Come on, let's go. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about, Katel. Let's go. 4-3 Wizards. That's a home run. 423 feet to dead right field. There is Dave Roberts. He can't believe his eyes. The Wizards just won this one in a walk-off style. Katel Marte, number 4. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, Katel Marte saving the day with an absolute bomb to right field. They cannot believe it. They are having a great time at home plate. Katel Marte. I mean, you got to give it up for the guy. He may be kind of second string on the Wizards, let's face it, but he can save the day when he needs to, because at the end of the day, he may be second string, but he's still a Wizard, and Wizards can still do magic. Just like we did pulling off this victory. Let's go.
under the lights as the show gets you ready for another edition of Major League Baseball. Coming up, we've got a good matchup in store between the San Diego Padres and the Wizards. As October looms, the pennant race intensifies. It's a pivotal matchup between two division rivals. Next.
This is it. One game against the Padres could determine our entire season right here. We need to win this. Let's go. We need to get to October, and the Padres are standing in our way. I hate that it comes down to this, but I'm glad it's not the Dodgers.
The 0-1 on its way. The runner's breaking for home. Again, another foul ball. The 0-2 home. Hit back up the middle. A dive, but he can't knock it down. It's through for a base hit. The runner from third crosses the plate, and they've taken a 1-0 lead. Behind 0-2 now. Oh, and he goes the other way, and he drives it out to deep right center field. And that is off the wall. Now it's cut off. A throw to the plate. And he is in there at the plate. It's now a 2-0 game.
Looked like the outfielder might have thought that was just going to be a long flyout. I know I did too, but it carries farther than anybody thought and all the way off the wall. And by the time he realizes it, it's too late, and he's got a clutch RBI triple.
At the plate, Babe Ruth. Line drive, and that's a base hit into center field. And the inning kept alive now for Mookie Betts.
Nice adjustment by the batter right there. You cannot fault the pitcher for going to that well again. First one he swings and misses through, and this one the batter's able to execute and drive it for a base hit.
Here's Mookie Betts. Swing and a line drive. That gets down. He's got himself a base hit. And this one bounds around against the wall. So now they'll have two men in scoring position following the two-out double.
Wow, how quickly things can turn around in this game. He gets the first 2 outs of the inning, and he looks like he's on cruise control, thinking that he'll get out of the inning without even breaking a sweat. But then a single and a double, and now he's stuck with runners on second and third.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. He'll swing and lift a ball foul off to the left and out of play. He's got a chance to add to this early lead as he'll bat with a couple of guys in scoring position. Off the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ruth at third, Betts at second with 2 gone. Down the third, and this will kick off the third base bag. And that's a fair ball as this one gets by him at third. The tag, and they'll get him at second. And with that, the side is retired. So it's 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and no one left. We'll go now to the top of the third. New Mexico leads this one 4-0. Changeup laid off down around the shins. Sent on the ground out to second. Oh, what a dive in time. And that's a huge play to keep the leadoff man off base.
Great play that was left into the hole on that one. And something to notice is how he had time to get back to his feet for the throw. He knew he had to hurry, but he didn't have to rush.
As he swings and grounds it toward the hole. Oh, look at Arenado. Wow.
Now that's second baseman, Jake Cronenworth.
But this guy's locating, feeling really good about his fastball. 2 back-to-back.
Lifted in the air out towards left center. Catch made out there in left center as the runner may tag from second. And he'll get into third here on the flyout, so he's 90 feet away here with 1 gone. Next to hit, Alex Rodriguez, 0 for 1 here in the early going. Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. As he pops the first pitch foul behind the plate. Grounded up the first baseline. And a reach, but it's by him as he couldn't quite get to that ball. And they'll add another as this is now a 5-0 game. And he'll reach second now with 1 away.
With that hard double, you get a glimpse to see why this guy is a legitimate MVP candidate this season. Whenever he gets a chance to produce, he seems like he takes advantage of it. Great example there.
Now the skipper of the Padres is up out of the dugout on his way to the mound. And it looks as though that's going to be all for his starter here tonight. Steve Garvey becomes the second out here in inning number 5. Manny Machado is at the plate now as he looks at strike 1. Struck out in his first at-bat. A swinging strike, and now it's 0-2.
Man, he's in control of all his weapons right here.
There's a swing and a drive, and everybody's just going to sit back and watch that one fly. A no-doubt home run. It's a solo home run off the bat of Manny Machado. And even 30 home runs on the year. As they get on the scoreboard here, it's 5-1.
Well, they're still down, but this homer right there might light a fire under the whole team. Give them a spark to climb back into this thing. We'll see if this gets them going.
Throw won't be in time as he reaches it first. Josh Hamilton is at the plate as he takes a cold strike 1.
Wow, the Padres have been scuffling so far. They need to get a big hit, and it's about time somebody comes through right about now.
1-2 now as that one's fouled off. Here's a swing, and oh man, way out of here. So it's a 3-run shot to straightaway right field. Number 35 now on the season. As they pull within 1 here, it's now a 5-4 game.
I know hindsight's 20/20, but you can't throw that pitch to that guy. Don't forget, he homered yesterday. So you know he's locked in and ready to roll up there. We'll see if he learns from that mistake.
Rollie Fingers comes out of the bullpen to shut things down here in the 9th.
Rollie.
They'll be looking for something he could drive into the gap and drive home that tying run from first. Maybe a favorable call there taken for a strike. He's running. Pitch misses low. The throw down. Not in time as he steals second. Headley at second with 2 down. And this is swung on and missed, so now they find themselves down to their final strike tonight. Did a good job to shorten up and protect the plate, and he'll have another shot at it here. And they are headed into October. They've won the National League East.
Don't you mean NL West? Matt Vasgersian, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of confidence. Success are guaranteed in this game, so you have to appreciate it when it comes.
This evening's game comes to an end. 5-4 the final tally. The Wizards jumped out to an early lead in the first and never looked back. Curt Schilling wins his 17th game of the season. Hal Newhouser couldn't work out of the 3rd inning, taking the loss. Rollie Fingers hammers down the save, his 41st of the year. So that will wrap things up. For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, Heidi Wackney, and our whole crew, I'm Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching MLB The Show. For more, head to theshow.com.
All right, now let's take a look at the league leaders among the all-time legends across all teams. Basically, who's the best player ever in each of these categories?
MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 1 of the National League Division Series between the Wizards and the Philadelphia Phillies. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of Baseball on the Show. Set for what should be a good one. Lineups and first pitch are next. Steve Carlton will do the pitching in front of the hometown crowd here in Game 1. What do you have for us on him, Danny?
Hey, this guy has a 4-pitch repertoire, right? And those are a lot of nice options to have. You can go hard, soft. You can go in and out. And anytime you have 4 pitches, if you can throw them for strikes, you have the big advantage.
Here's Mookie Betts. He will lead this one off today.
For New Mexico, the right fielder, Mookie Betts.
He's ready. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a high fly ball out to left field. Looking up is the left fielder. Gone! A solo home run there for Mookie. As they get on the board first, it's 1-0.
I thought the leadoff hitter is supposed to set the table for the guys behind him. Not the case with that swing of the bat right now. Game's changed, fellas. Get ready for a good one.
Now the fastball is right by him as he swings and misses for the first out of the inning. Next up is Nolan Arenado. First pitch on the way. He's ready. Here's the 0-1. Oh, and this one's driven the other way and deep to the corner. And that ball will stay fair, and it's gone. A home run. Nolan Arenado touches them all as it's now a 2-0 ball game.
Well, people always wonder why some players make so much money, and there's your answer. The great ones find a way to rise to the occasion in the postseason, and he did right there.
Three-finger Mordecai Brown gets the call in hostile territory here for Game 1 of the division series. Dan, any thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you, starting pitchers go, he's one of the best around. He's really found what works for him, and he's had a lot of success because of it. I think he expects to go out there and dominate every game he starts, and he usually does. No one should be surprised if he turns in a really solid start here.
0-1 the count. Now here's the pitch. And he fouls this one off. Curveball got him swinging for the first out.
Abreu.
And with 2 away now, let's give you a look at the big picture here. There you see the participants in this year's playoffs. All set for the start of the 4th, and standing in is the veteran third baseman Nolan Arenado.
Well, Matty, we know he's got the timing on the fastball locked in. That's what he got a hold of on that home run in the previous at bat. You do not come off the heater. Have to be leery of the off speed, but stay on the fastball. He's got to throw it again.
No balls and 1 strike. Swing, and he launches this one to deep left field. And this one is gone. A home run. A solo shot here to left. His second home run of the game, as it's now a 3-0 ball game. Here's the Philadelphia manager on his way out to the mound now, and it would appear he's seen enough of his starter this afternoon. He'll leave after 6 and at the very least kept his club in it to this point. Steve Rosen takes the ball here as he'll enter with a runner at first and nobody out. Into the box, Tim LaCastro. Late square, and this is popped up. And the throw is not going to be in time as he's able to reach base safely. And he'll just beat the throw to second. He's in there.
Hey, hit and run right there. I know the guy had to pull up on second base because the ball didn't get to the outfield, but you know what? You'll take the knock. First and second, regroup. Let's see what happens.
Now at the plate is Mookie Betts. He's looking to deliver here with the bases loaded and 2 out in the inning. Just able to get a piece of that for strike 1. Comes set, the 0-1.
He put himself in a good position jumping ahead 0-2 with the bases loaded. Now we'll see if he can finish it off.
Hit in the air down the right field line. But this will wind up being a foul ball. And he strikes him out. So a missed opportunity at the plate as he strands 3 runners and the side is retired. A big-time strikeout and some raw emotion as he gets out of the jam. Back with more from Game 1 after this.
I thought you were a gold glover, Mike Trout. Try to keep your eye on the ball.
This guy's on point.
0-2, here it comes. No runs, just 1 hit, and no errors on the ledger for the Phillies to this point. Now he turns and smokes this one into deep center field, and that'll get down out there near the wall. He pulls into second safely as a run also comes in to score, making it a 2-run ball game. All set for the bottom of the 9th, and that'll bring in Jimmy Rollins.
The shortstop.
On his way to pitch number 100.
Hey, in this day and age where everybody's watching the pitch count, that was pitch number 100 in the 9th inning, but he still looks awfully impressive on the mound.
Here's the pitch. Back up the middle. That's through, and he's got his first base hit. He's 1 for 3. So the Phillies get a man on to start out the inning. As we take a look at his numbers, a couple of things jump out at you.
Definitely, Matt. He's been throwing it by guys the entire game, but that leads to some high pitch counts, and that's the case here. After that hit, you have to wonder if he's starting to get a little bit fatigued.
Yeah, and in today's game, everyone seems to want to err on the side of caution in terms of pitch counts. Heading out towards shallow right. Betts is there, 1 away. Next up, Bobby Abreu. Shot toward right center. And this is into the alley and ought to be good for extra bases. But not in time as the run scores and the lead is trimmed to 1.
All right, here we go. RBI base hit to cut the lead in half, get the crowd going. You can feel the energy rising. Maybe that leads to an offensive explosion. We'll see.
Now time called here comes the skipper from the third base dugout. And a change is in the offing, as that'll be all for his starter this afternoon. So for the time being, he stands to be the winning pitcher, but he is responsible for the possible tying run over at third. Raleigh Fingers comes on here looking to get the final 2 outs and earn the save. Here's the first pitch to him. Pete Rose comes on with one away as he looks at a ball. It's 1-0.
You know, because this is just a one-run game, this doesn't strike me as a situation where he's going to be working around a guy. I think he's going to challenge him right here.
2-1 the count. Swing and a fly ball, but shallow. And that's not going to do it. Betts is there, and there are 2 men gone now. And he'll have to hold tight at third, so it'll take a 2-out hit now to try to plate that tying run. So now it'll be the 4-hole hitter, Mike Schmidt. The potential tying run for him at third base. Trying to hold the lead. Here's the delivery.
You can really tell they're trying to keep the ball in on this big slugger right here.
Is that an effort to keep him from getting extended, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's the idea, Matt. But he might spin to win if he starts looking for it in there.
And he struck him out, and the ball game is over as they get the possible tying run over to third, but can't get him across.
Man, we were treated to a nice pitcher's duel in this one. Both starters throwing strikes, they worked deep, and both were in command of the game. It really came down to a few key at-bats. This was a fun game to watch.
This one, definitely a low-scoring affair as we get one last look at our final line score. A one-run game this afternoon, 3-2 the final finish. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 2 of the NLDS between the Wizards and the Philadelphia Phillies. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of baseball on the show. I'm joined by Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Danny, an important ball game coming up here in Game 2.
Yeah, this is just a 5-game series, so getting that first win under you is great. The most important game of a series, though, is the next one you're about to play. So treating this game like it's absolutely critical is a good way not to get too comfortable with your lead.
All right, the stage is set. The starters get their final tosses in out in the bullpen, and we've got a good one in store for you, folks. Play-by-play is coming up next. Roy Halladay will be on the bump for Game 2 of the series. What do you have for us on him, Danny?
It's not an easy thing to do to pitch as a rookie, but one of the things you have to do is use the positives. The opposing team has never faced you. You can't be afraid to throw the ball into the strike zone. Establish your pitches and try to work quickly.
Here's Mookie Betts. He'll get us started in this one under the lights.
The right fielder, Mookie Betts.
Randy Johnson is on the mound for Game 2. What's your take on him, Dan?
It's not easy as a rookie to go out there and establish yourself, get the off-speed pitches over, and just try to be the same pitcher that you were in the minor leagues. And one of the big keys, not get ahead of yourself.
At the plate now is Fernando Tatis Jr. He'll try to get it going here to begin the fourth.
I know we're not seeing a lot of offense in this one, but there's still some game left. I'm looking to see these guys, both offenses, make some notable adjustments at the dish and try and scratch a few runs across.
So 1 out and nobody aboard, and that brings up Mike Trout. A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap. Back goes Victorino, and this will get all the way to the wall now. Around second now and headed for third. And he's in there at third with a 1-out triple.
You take a look at this one as it flies into the gap. Both outfielders give it a chase, but they can't catch up to it. Next thing you know, one hops the wall, and he's busting his hump around second on his way to third.
And that'll bring in Nolan Arenado as he'll take a look at ball one. Still all zeros in the run column here in the fourth inning. Dan, does this continue, or does somebody score here?
Oh, you have to love. You know, Matt, we have so many of these games that are 12-10 and 9-8. It's nice to see a low-scoring pitcher's duel for once.
The 1-1. Weak grounder down the line at third. But a foul ball. 1-2 the count now. Hoping to send him packing. Pitch on its way. Hit in the air out to straightaway left. Catch made in left. Here comes the runner for the plate. And he will score on the sacrifice fly as he's in with our first tally of the ball game. Ready to go in the top of the fifth, and set to go is the second baseman, Alex Rodriguez. Now here's the first offering. Swung on, and this ball is absolutely crushed. Forget about it. Gone to lead off the inning. So a solo shot here to left center field as it's now a 2-0 ball game. And now Babe Ruth. He's set, and the pitch. The cutter runs outside, ball one.
From an offensive standpoint, this is where you got to push the throttle right here. You've had a couple hits in the inning. You got a 1-0 count leverage. Let's see if he can gap something.
2-0 now. He waits. Now the pitch. Oh, and he leaves that one right over the plate as this is sent high and deep out to right center field. And it is gone. A home run. So it's a 2-run shot to right center as they move on top 4-0.
Another excellent swing right there. That's multiple home runs in the same inning. Watch yourself. You're missing over the heart of the plate.
At the plate now, Mookie Betts. And he puts it on the ground to second. Reined in. Oh, but they throw it away at second. And now they'll get him at third base. Trying to move up further, but a run is already across to score.
The batter, the pitcher, Fernando Tatis Jr.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. Runner in scoring position with two gone. First pitch on its way. Drives it out to deep right center field. Center fielder on the run, but he won't have a play. This is down and into the gap. Tack on another here as the runner scores from second. The tag, and he is out at third, and with that, the side is retired. So it's 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error in the inning, and no one left on base. And there's a final look at the numbers for the starter in this one. And he really delivered a fantastic postseason performance.
Yeah, he looked really dialed in from start to finish. This is the kind of outing you hope for every time you go out there. So I think he'll feel pretty good about the effort he put forth in this one.
In now, Pete Rose. A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap, but that'll hit off the wall in left center.
He's around second now, and they still haven't gotten to this thing.
Rose takes the turn at third. He wants it all. He scores. As the lead is cut to 4, it's 6-2 now. Into the box now, Mike Schmidt. Now this one is blasted to left field, and there's no doubt about it. Back-to-back jacks. Solo shot here to left, and with that, it's now a 6-3 ball game.
In the job description of reliever, there's no mention of back-to-back homers, but there is a need for a short memory. We'll see if he can put those 2 bombs behind him.
Raleigh Fingers comes out of the bullpen to shut things down here in the 9th. And he gets strike 3 called to end it here, and with that, this one is over.
Hey, this was a pretty tightly played game. Got a little bit of everything in this one. Some timely hitting, runs on the board, key pitching, and defense in certain spots. This one was a fun one to watch.
And tonight's comes to an end, 6-3 the final. New Mexico get the win to take a 2-0 series lead. Randy Johnson gets the W on the mound. So that's a wrap here tonight. For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, and Heidi Watney, this is Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching MLB The Show. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 3 of the National League Division Series between the Philadelphia Phillies and the Wizards. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of baseball on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, lots to talk about here as we get ready for Game 3.
And you got to figure here in a 5-game series, the odds are long for coming back when you're down 2-0. But hey, it's not impossible. It's been done before, but you can bet the other guys are hungry to end this thing right here and now to give themselves a couple of days off before the next series. This should be a good one.
Set for what should be a good one. Lineups and first pitch are next. Schilling will do the pitching in Game 3 of the series. Dan Plizak, what do you got?
This will be interesting. This guy won the NL Cy Young Award last year. He's a solid pitcher, Matt. And one of the things he does, he throws the ball into the strike zone, and he's not afraid of contact. Solid pitcher.
Aaron Nola will do his best on the mound to keep his team alive here in the division series. And with 2 away now, we give you another glance at our up-to-the-minute playoff bracket. And here in this Game 3 of the division series, the big question is, will we see a sweep? Darren Dutch is in with 2 away now as he looks at a called strike 1. Right side, fair ball down the line. And he's going to score with ease as the throw will be too late. The tag is there, and he's out trying to score from first as the second run. Phillies get a couple of hits here, and it leads to 1 on the scoreboard. On now to the bottom of the second. Philadelphia's on top, 1-0.
Time to take a look at the Philly D. And this team, they're not going to be moving around as much as some of the new age teams. The shifting and moving the third baseman over second base and the right fielder to play third base. This is going to be your stationary team, trusting pitchers to execute pitches.
Standing in now, Alex Rodriguez, as he'll go after the first pitch and bounce it into foul territory. Driven deep at the wall. It is gone. It's a 2-run shot to straightaway left. His second home run of the series. As they take the lead, it's 2-1.
Well, people always wonder why some players make so much money, and there's your answer. The great ones find a way to rise to the occasion in the postseason, and he did right there.
Next, here is Bobby Abreu. He bounced out last time up. And now a ball hit pretty well down that right field line. This has some carry to it, and it is gone. Home run. A solo shot down the line in right as the Phillies have come back to tie this one at 2. Next to hit is Mike Trout. Decent lead at second. Here's the pitch. Good off-speed pitch. Had him out in front for strike 1. Back up the middle and in for a base hit. Long throw to the plate. On to second, but he's in safely as they jump ahead with a run scoring on the play. And now time is called here as their pitching coach is going to pay a quick visit to the mound to discuss how they want to attack things here. And that'll bring in Nolan Arenado. Out in front of it, strike 1. He singled in his first AB. 0-1, here's the pitch. And it's fouled away. The 0-2 delivery. And he goes down and gets this one as it's lifted high into the air out to medium deep center. Catch made in center. Here comes the runner from third. And the run will score from third to make this a 4-2 game.
Always productive to score runs when you can, and that sacrifice fly right there drives home the second run of the inning.
Stepping in once again is Adrian Gonzalez, grounded out in his last at-bat.
Yeah, Matty, and it looked like a sinker in his last AB that got him to roll over. Kind of similar situation.
Here's a fly ball, well hit. Racing back, the right fielder, and this will add on to their lead. It's now a 5-2 ball game. And this will hop over the wall, but the run will score.
And this thing bounces over the wall, but I don't think it would have mattered if it stayed in the ballpark. Either way, the runner was going to score, and he was going to wind up at second. He drove that ball really nicely.
The 1-0 home. Line towards center field. And that's in there. Base hit. And this will kick off the base of the wall. And the runner will score from second. And he's in there easily. It's a stand-up triple.
Here's another look at it right here as he drives it right between the two outfielders, heading towards the right center field wall. He was flying out of the box, so I think he was thinking triple all the way. By the time they get it back in, he's safely into third.
Here comes the manager out of the first base dugout heading for the mound. And he's going to motion for the bullpen, as that'll be all for his starter this afternoon. So as he departs, he'll remain responsible for the man left to board, but he cannot lose this one. Kerry Wood, the 6'5" right-hander, takes over on the mound. So stepping in is number 4, a hit in 2 tries so far.
Number 4.
First pitch on the way. Here's a swing, and oh man, way out of here. A solo shot down the line in right. As they pull within 1 here, it's now a 5-4 game.
No surprise with that swing of the bat. This guy is simply one of the best in the game right now. There's not too many guys that take a beautiful hack like that in the league.
Raleigh Fingers comes on from the pen, hoping to finish this one off here in the top of the 9th. Philly down to their last strike. That misses 1-2. Crowd of over 39,000 on their feet. Fouled off. 1-run game here in the top of the 9th. Now a swing and a softly hit ground ball. Grounded to third. Arenado's got it. And that's it. They're moving on to the National League Championship Series.
Well, my advice to them is to enjoy this moment, celebrate with teammates, and then realize that none of it will matter if they don't get back to work in the NLCS. They've wet their beaks with this postseason success. Now they want some more.
For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, and our hard-working crew, I'm Matt Vasgersian. This has been the National League Division Series. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 1 of the National League Championship Series between the Atlanta Braves and the Wizards. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of baseball on the show. All right, the stage is set. The starters get their final tosses in out in the bullpen, and we've got a good one in store for you, folks. Play-by-play is coming up next. Miguel Batista gets the ball for Game 1 of the League Championship Series here at home. What do we need to know here, Danny?
Hey, Matty V, this guy lives and dies with one pitch, and that's that powerhouse sinker. Guys often relate it to like trying to hit a bowling ball. When it's good, it's usually at the knees and below, and he's really easy to figure out if he's going to be on. If in the first inning you see a steady diet of ground balls and keeping his infielders involved, there's a pretty good chance he's going to have a rock-solid game.
He'll try to bunt his way on as he gets this one down, but this will be a foul ball as he's behind 0-2 now. Lifted the other way down the left field line. And he's going to make the catch on the warning track. A fine running play there for the first out. And now here's the starting 9 for the visiting Atlanta Braves. Thoughts, Dan? Who stands out?
Well, I'm excited to see if that man in the 6th spot can keep it going. I mean, this guy is a career 300 hitter. You talk about consistent. He delivers a good at-bat and clutch hits basically every time he walks into the box.
Tom Glavin will do the pitching on the road here in Game 1 of the LCS. What's your take on him, Dan?
Hey, Matt, this is one of the game's all-time best pitchers. Over 300 career wins, and he's been doing his thing for a long time. It'll be interesting to see if he can continue that solid work in this one today, Matt.
Ball and a strike now to the Braves' first baseman.
You know he's probably cheating on that inside pitch after he got jammed earlier.
Meanwhile here, this ball's given a pretty good ride out to deep left field, and that is gonna clear the wall. A home run. A solo shot here to left as the Braves get on the board first. It's 1-0.
Pitcher tries to go a little bit further outside.
There's a swing and a ball hit in the air, and a ball that he got every stitch of, as that one without a doubt is gone. A 2-run shot off the bat of Chipper Jones as the Braves have opened up a 3-0 lead. Softly hit to the left side, and that gets down and ought to be good for extra bases. And this will bang up against the wall. Kerry Wood is going to come on to pitch here, and in just the 3rd inning, you have to think he'll be asked to eat some innings. That'll bring up Hank Aaron as he lays off a fastball too low for ball 1. 0 for 1 here in the early going. Ball 2 now.
2-0 to a guy with this kind of pop, you better be awfully careful because he's going to be swinging out of his shoes.
Snap throw from the catcher. Wood looks back. Now comes home. Good swing. Just got to try and straighten that one out.
You could tell he wants that pitch back. That was a changeup right there that he handled nicely. Just got a hair early on and hooked it foul.
High and deep to center field. Back goes Trout at the track. On the warning track, he makes the catch. And with 2 away, let's check out our playoff bracket as we give you a look at how these two teams advanced out of the divisional round to meet here for the league championship. The next to bat for Atlanta, Eddie Matthews. Off to a fine start in this one after launching a homer his first time up. From the stretch. Oh, and he gets a hold of this one as it's in the air to deep left. Does he have another one? He does. It's another home run. Behind on that one. Now behind in the count, 0-1. And 1-1 as this one's in on the hands. Ruth is one of the few true superstar hitters in the game. You're no doubt aware of it, but it doesn't matter who he's facing. He's a major league threat to hit the ball hard somewhere just about every time he steps into the box.
Yeah, one of the best hitters and truly blessed by the gods, but I don't think people realize the amount of time and effort.
And he turns on one, sending it high and deep to right. And it's gone. A A solo shot here to straightaway right field. As they get on the scoreboard here, it's 5-1.
No surprise with that swing of the bat. This guy is simply one of the best in the game right now. There's not too many guys that take a beautiful hack like that in the league.
So that'll bring in Mookie Betts. Oh, and that ball's absolutely crushed down the line. Forget about it. That's going to stay fair and make it back-to-back home runs. A solo home run there for Mookie, and it's now a 5-2 game. What a blast that was. So here it is again, accompanied by Show Track. Great exit velocity, and the projected distance comes back at over 470 feet. An impressive thing to watch when it happened, and even more impressive to quantify with the numbers. Next will be the designated hitter. Freddy Freeman comes into this at-bat 0 for 1 in the ballgame. Oh, and a beautiful diving catch there will end the inning as the side is retired. Who says first base is where they hide the guys that can't play the field? We're back with more of Game 1 after this message and a word from our local stations. First pitch on its way. 0-1 the count. 2 out, nobody on. Now a shot out toward the alley in right center. Around first, he's digging for second. And he'll make it to second base now with 2 gone.
Let's take another look at just a textbook swing right there. Good weight transfer, good hands to the ball, solid contact, and great extension through the ball.
Here's Nolan Arenado. Hit in the air down the right field line. Long run for the right fielder, and now it'll rattle up against the wall. And now time will be called here as you see the pitching coach making his way out to the mound to pay a quick visit. Sent on the ground out to second. Throw to first is in time, but meanwhile the runner is in to score. Hit the other way out toward right field. On the move is Betts. He can't get there, so the inning will continue. 1 run scores. Here's a second runner around third. Tag is there, and he's out trying to score from first as the second run. Braves get a couple of hits here in plate 1. 6th, 7th, and 8th place hitters due up in the bottom of inning number 6. The Braves on top, 6-4. Working for the punch out and the offering. Oh, on the ground to short. Could this be 2? On to first as they get the double play to get him out of the inning. Braves go down without a whimper here. They're up 6-4. B.J. Kim is on to pitch out of the bullpen in the bottom half of the 8th. And a slider that catches a lot of the plate that time, and it's sent out to deep left center field. And this one is gone. So a solo shot here to left center field, and this will make things interesting at this point. It's now a 6-5 game.
The batter, number 13, second baseman, Alex Rodriguez.
To the plate now, Alex Rodriguez. As he pops the first pitch foul behind the plate. He's hitless in 3 at-bats to this point. Now this one is blasted to left field, and there's no doubt about it. Back-to-back jacks. A solo shot here to left as they pull even. It's 6-6 now. Batter's going to take first easily after striking out. So they'll slap an error on the catcher there, and you can tell he's not happy back there. And now in the box, Babe Ruth flew out last time up. He's set and the pitch. Here's a pop-up now. And this will not be caught. It's a foul ball. The 0-1 offering. Yanked the slider across that time, laid off for a ball. A little behind on that swing, and now he'll try to shorten up maybe and protect the plate.
Not surprised he's laid on a heater right there. Just saw an off-speed pitch, wanted to stay back a little bit too long.
To 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Driven deep at the wall. It is gone. So a 2-run homer down the line in left, and it's now an 8-6 ball game. Raleigh Fingers comes on from the pen, hoping to finish this one off here in the top of the 9th. And this will be a called strike 2, and trouble now as they're down to their final strike tonight. Struck him out. Atlanta, good night.
Yeah, and the home crowd is loving it as they jumped out in front in the bottom of the 8th, and they did what they had to do in the 9th to seal the deal.
Before we take our leave, time for a look at our final line score here in what turned out to be a close 2-run victory. 8-6 the final score tonight. New Mexico jump out to a 1-0 series lead. Zach Gallen is the winning pitcher of record. So that'll do it for us. For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, Heidi Watney, and our entire crew, I'm Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching MLB The Show. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's the second game of the National League Championship Series between the Atlanta Braves and the Wizards. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of Baseball on the Show. I'm joined by Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Danny, an important ball game coming up here in Game 2.
Yeah, it was a good start for these guys at home. They did what they needed to do in the opening game, and this crowd really showed up and made a difference as well. Should be an electric atmosphere again, so we'll see if the guys on the field can feed off it and take a commanding lead in this series.
Number 29 will be on the bump for Game 2 of the series. Dan Plizak, what's the word on him?
Hey, we're taking a look at one of the top pitchers in the game. This guy has over 200 career victories, and he'd like to add another one to this list. This guy's been a really good pitcher for a long time, and right now he's showing no signs of slowing down. It'll be interesting to watch him work in this one here.
Got him swinging as he runs the fastball by him to end the inning. Down in order go the Braves. We'll go to the bottom of the first in a scoreless ball game. Phil Niekro is on the mound for game 2. Dan Plizak, what do you got?
Hey, this guy pitched well in his last one, getting through 7 innings in his last start. We'll see if he can turn in another quality start and pick up the win in this one also.
So now to the plate, Stephen Drew, as he'll come up empty as he tried to hunt down the knuckleball at strike 1. He'll try to make something happen with 2 gone in the bottom of the 2nd. Fouled off. Trying to strike out the side. Here it is.
Hey, if he's going to execute that curveball, and that's the first one of the day, if he's going to execute it like that, be on the lookout for that one. That's going to be a big pitch for him today.
Driven deep at the wall. It is gone. So a solo shot here to left center field. As they get on the board first, it's 1-0.
One of the best qualities of this pitcher is keeping the ball in the ballpark. He's not an easy guy to get the ball up in the air again, so he's going to have to regroup a little bit here. He's not used to giving up home runs.
Now another 0-2. And this is swung on and missed. His 5th strikeout already, and there are 2 gone in the inning.
2 up, 2 down on strikes in this inning. He looks really sharp out there, guys. I think a big reason why he's been so effective in this one, that he's been just about getting ahead of every hitter. Seems like every one of them are 0-2, 1-2, and it's just about every at-bat. And when that's the case, your chances of getting a good pitch to hit are way worse. He's got a chance to punch out the side in order, and against the middle of the order, too.
Driven deep at the wall. It is gone. A solo shot here to straightaway right field, as it's now a 2-0 ball game.
Well, people always wonder why some players make so much money, and there's your answer. The great ones find a way to rise to the occasion in the postseason, and he did right there.
Into the box, Alex Rodriguez.
As he'll swing and hit this one hard, but foul off to the left and out of play.
Looking to put the ball in play here. He went down on strikes in his first at-bat. Oh, and that ball's absolutely crushed down the line. Forget about it. That's going to stay fair and make it back-to-back home runs. So a solo shot down the line in left, his 2nd home run of the series, as it's now a 3-0 ball game.
Another excellent swing right there. That's multiple home runs in the same inning. Watch yourself. You're missing over the heart of the plate.
And that'll bring Mike Trout to the dish, as he'll get caught chasing a bad one there at strike 1. A great job of changing speeds there. It's 0-2.
Hey, this guy's so aggressive. I don't think this pitch is anywhere near the zone.
Hot shot down the line, but this will wind up foul. Still 0-2. Now a big swing by Trout, and he connects on this one. That's out to deep left field. And it's gone as they add still another. It's a solo home run here for Mike Trout. His second home run of the series as they move on top 4-0. The long ball is playing in this one. That was the 4th blast of the game so far for this lineup. Mark Wolves will take over on the mound to start the bottom of the 7th.
Rodriguez.
Stepping up is Alex Rodriguez. He comes in 1 for 2 with that home run he hit earlier.
Not an easy thing to do to hit that knuckleball because it dances and darts all over the place, but he crushed that last one, hit it well over 400 feet.
Ball 1 to start the at-bat. The 1-0. A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap. And this one is gone. A home run. So a solo shot here to left center field. His second home run of the game as they extend the lead to 5-0.
This is set up perfectly right now.
Next to stand in is Hank Aaron. 2 away here in the 8th, and time's running out on him, Danny.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of outs left to work with, so it's time for someone to make something happen if they're going to get back into this thing.
And he won't bite at that one either. It's 2-0.
Very impressive outing so far. His command has been spot on. Even when he misses his spot, it isn't out over the heart of the plate. He's throwing quality pitches.
Timing just to tick off there as this one's fouled off to the right. Into the windup. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap. And goodbye. This one ain't coming back. So a solo shot here to left center field as they get on the scoreboard here. It's 5-1. Set. Here it comes. Now here's a ball hit in the air to straightaway right field. This ball's got plenty of carry to it, and it is out of here. A solo shot here to straightaway right field, and it's now a 6-1 ball game. Guys, do you believe what we're seeing here today? With 6 home runs so far, this lineup is turning in a performance for the ages at the plate.
Matty, this is crazy. Dan, what does the pitching coach say at this point?
Right now, the only thing he can say is pick up that bullpen phone and look for reinforcements because this has gotten really ugly, and this is a nightmare for a pitching coach.
Max Fried answers the call now, looking to get this one onto the 9th inning without any trouble. Now it'll be Javier Lopez. He's the one to start off the 9th inning with his guys in danger of going down 2-0 if they can't rally. And now the first pitch. Javier Lopez is at the plate here as he quickly finds himself down a strike. It's 0-1. And a fastball way off target here, and it's even at 1.
Well, he's thrown a lot of pitches in this one, but it's not like he's walking a bunch of guys. Only 1 free pass to this point, but they're still making him work really hard.
Ready now is Chipper Jones, singled in his last at-bat. Swing and a screamer, but this one's not going to stay fair. The windup and the 0-1. High in the air out to center field. Trout has a read on it. 2 down. So stepping in is Ronald Acuna, and he needs to make something happen. They're down to their final out here in the 9th. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Bases are empty here with 2 men out. Advantage count 2-0 to the Braves center fielder.
Hey, if you're going to throw a pitch like that to this guy, that's right where you want to miss. Any lower, and he'll probably make you pay for it.
3-0 to him now. 3-1. 4 pitches, all takes. He's showing a lot of patience here.
And I like that from a guy like him, Matty. He can do a lot of damage on a base pass with his legs, so there's no reason for him to get overly aggressive if he's not getting anything to handle.
And, strike 3 called on a pitch that looked out of the zone. And that's the kind of ball game it's been for these guys, as this one is officially put into the books.
Hey, listen, in baseball, we don't see very many complete games any longer because of pitch counts, but listen, he was good from the first inning through the 9th. Well-deserved complete game victory.
One more look at the final line score there to see the great pitching performance that led his guys to the victory. And tonight's comes to a conclusion, 6-1 the final. New Mexico take a 2-0 lead here in the league championship series. Number 29 takes home the win. So that will wrap things up. For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, Heidi Wackney, and our whole crew, I'm Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching MLB The Show. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 3 of the National League Championship Series between the Wizards and the Atlanta Braves. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of Baseball on the Show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, lots to talk about here as we get ready for Game 3.
You know, I think the phrase must win is overused in sports, but even though this isn't an elimination game, it does sort of feel like a must win. Doesn't matter what sport you're talking about. If you go down 3-0 in any series, you're fighting nearly an impossible uphill battle. Feels like the series kind of rides on this game right here.
Set for what should be a good one. Lineups and first pitch are next. Greg Maddux gets the ball in Game 3 of the series. And now we'll look at the starting lineup for the visitors in this one. What do we need to know about these guys for this evening's matchup on the road, D-Row?
Matty, the key in this one for this lineup is they got to stay staunch in the middle of the plate. They can't start swinging at everything or this guy will abuse them.
And with 2 away now, let's give you a look at what's happening in the American League Championship Series, as they've got a good matchup going on over there as well. Grounder down the line at third. And no shot there for Chipper. It's a fair ball. Throw into third. The tag, and he is out at third base. Cut down, trying to go first to third, and the inning is over. Another look at the fine throw to cut him down, trying to go first to third. Back with more from Game 3 after this. So now to the plate, Hank Aaron, as he will look at a first pitch fastball for ball 1. He's 0 for 1 thus far. Tough to do much with that one, a swing and a miss. The 1-1. Swing, and there it goes. Deep to left, no chance at bringing this one back. And gone, an absolute bomb. A solo shot here to left, his second home run of the series. As the Braves get on the board first, it's 1-0.
Adjustment right here. His swing definitely broke down, dropped his back shoulder. and thus the result was...
Oh, look at the diving stop. What a way to get it out. 2 gone now. That was exceptional.
Boy, I'll tell you, the defense has been stellar all night long. They've got the shutout working, and there's another super play to rob them of a hit.
First pitch of the AB now. And right into the shift. Fielded cleanly. Throw on to first, gets him, and the side is retired.
I really like how he's been attacking hitters early in these ABs. He's thrown strikes on the first pitch to over 70% of the guys he's faced so far.
And they'll go off speed here as this pitch misses. It's 2-1. 3 balls and a strike to the Braves left fielder.
Time to wake up the offense right here. 3-1 count, all in on something over the heart of the plate.
Well behind that fastball. It's a swinging strike.
He got a swing and a miss on that last pitch, but that's not the location he wants to live in against a hitter of this quality.
Now he turns and smokes this one into deep center field. Trout is there, and he'll bring this one in. Next will be the cleanup hitter, Nolan Arenado. He's their last shot here with 2 away in the 9th as they look to avoid the shutout.
Yeah, Matt, they just haven't had any answer for the great pitching so far in this one.
Here's the first pitch. Hit hard down the line, right to him. Throw to first will be in time to get him, and the Braves are right back in the series. They take game 3 here at home as this one is over.
Yeah, and we knew he was in a groove from the first inning, and he just kept this thing rolling and rolling and rolling. They couldn't get anything going against him. A dominant performance with a complete game shutout.
Time for one final check of the line score as you see the key players there in this shutout victory. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 4 of the National League Championship Series between the Wizards and the Atlanta Braves. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of baseball on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, lots of storylines here as we approach the start of Game 4.
Well, I think this series has played out exactly how we expected it to. At 2-1, it's been tightly contested, back and forth. We've got 2 teams worthy of being here, and I think this will go at least 6 games before it's all said and done.
All right. The stage is set. The starters get their final tosses in out in the bullpen, and we've got a good one in store for you, folks. Play-by-play is coming up next. Dan Herron will be on the mound for Game 4. Dan Plizak, what do you got?
Hey, Matt, we're getting a chance to look at a guy that added a new pitch to his repertoire, the split finger. He won't throw it that often. I think one of the reasons he tried to pick up this pitch had a difficult time throwing the straight changeup, and sometimes the splitter is the quick pitch fix for that. So it'll be interesting to see how and when he uses the splitter in this one here today.
Ready to deal. Here comes the first pitch. Hit the other way out toward right field. Running hard. He's digging for second. He's around second now as they're still searching for it out there. And he'll get there as he kicks off the ball game with a triple.
And that's the chance you take when you lay out for a ball like that. You make the play and you're a hero on the highlight shows. You miss it and you're picking yourself up and chasing after it.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. Weak grounder back to the mound. He's got to hurry, and indeed he'll take only the out at first as the run comes in to score. Outstanding range on display that time, and here's the data from Show Track. I didn't think he was going to get to that one, but he did, and then to complete the play, he made a fantastic throw right on the money. That batter's got to feel like he got robbed on that ball. And with that, here's a look at the visitors' starting lineup. Mark, what's your take on him against one of the best starters in the game?
Well, Matty, you take a look at this lineup filled with young bloods, just young guys, hungry, aggressive, trying to do damage and move traffic to both gaps. Line-to-line power up and down this lineup. Should be interesting to see if this pitcher uses their aggressiveness against them.
Nolan Arenado is in with 2 away here as this one swung on and missed for the first strike. 2 out, nobody on. Swung on, and this ball is absolutely crushed. Forget about it. See you later. Over the wall, a home run. It's now a 2-0 ball game. Randy Johnson is the man on the mound for the 4th game of the series. And with 2 away now, let's give you a look at what's happening in the American League Championship Series, as they've got a good matchup going on over there as well. Now to the plate, here is Fernando Tatis Jr. 0 for 1 with a run batted in thus far. Swing and a ball hard hit toward deep right. And that ball gets down out near the wall and should be extra bases. And he'll coast into second here with a 2-out double. Ready to go in the bottom of the 4th. And that'll bring in the second baseman, Ozzie Albies.
Second baseman, Ozzie Albies.
Now the first pitch. And he takes ball 1.
Man, this guy has retired a whole slew right now. I think what he needs to do is just stay focused and keep attacking the game plan like he has up to this point, because everything he's done has worked.
And he'll come back with 1 in the dirt as the count moves to 2-1 now.
Hey, after the double in his first at-bat, looks like he's trying to pitch around this guy a little bit.
He's fallen behind now, 3-1. Hitters count all the way. Here it comes. All over that one, but a little out in front. Foul ball. Here's the 3-2. He takes the changeup the other way out toward right center. And this is going to find the alley as he might have himself his second double of the ball game. And he struck him out. Strikeout number 8 now in the ball game for him.
Well, you can tell by their approach that they're going to go up there and try to be aggressive off this guy, but he's taking full advantage of that. He's pounding the zone with strikes, and right now we're seeing a lot of swings and misses and a lot of strikeouts and no walks either.
Chipper Jones will stand in for the second time now as he looks at a called strike. It's 0-1. High in the air down the right field line, but this is just going to wind up being a foul ball.
Hey, usually the second time through the order, you start seeing an incorporation of some more off-speed stuff. But this guy's locating, feeling really good about his fastball. 2 back-to-back.
And this will hop over the wall, but the run will score.
And this thing bounces over the wall, but I don't think it would have mattered.
Ronald Acuna is in for the 3rd time now as he takes a ball outside. It's 1-0. He's hitless in his 2 at-bats so far. And a strike to even the count. 1-1. And through 6 1/3, he's about to hit the 100 pitch mark now.
Hey, you know, Matty V, this is all you can ask for as a manager in today's game in baseball. Very rarely do we see guys get through the 7th inning. So he's through the 6th here with 1 out at Mark DeRosa. So far, so good. A pretty decent outing.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be batter to batter here for the manager if he's going to continue to ride this hot hand or if he's going to go to the bullpen. In
now, Javier Lopez. As he'll take a look at a high strike that time. It's 0-1. No hits to this point. Way inside with that one. A pretty easy take there.
Well, he's thrown a lot of pitches in this one, but it's not like he's walking a bunch of guys. Only one free pass to this point, but they're still making him work really hard.
And he's got another one. 15 strikeouts in the ball game, and the side is retired. Pure dominance on the mound as he strikes out the side in order. Game 4 rolls along. We're back after this. Mark Wolves has been summoned from the bullpen as he'll do so to start the 8th. Leading off the inning, it'll be Tim LaCastro trying to pad their lead here before the bottom of the inning. Now here's the pitch. And that's cut on and missed. 0-1.
Hey, when you come out of the middle rounds, you have to grind for everything. And that's exactly what this guy has done. And he has turned himself into a solid big league ball player.
Now a bunt attempt here as he gets this one down. And good hustle to get over and tag him for the out. Braves are into their bullpen now as there are the final numbers for their starter. And he really delivered a fantastic postseason performance. Comes set with the 0-1. Hit on the ground to short. Throw on to first for the out, and that is how the 9th inning gets underway. Up next is Fernando Tatis Jr. 2 for 3 with a double on his line so far. First offering on its way. Now a check swing, but he holds up in time. Ball 1. This is hit pretty well out to left field. Left fielder looking up. Gone! A solo shot here to left. His second home run of the series. As they extend the lead a bit, it's now 3-1. Raleigh Fingers comes on looking for a save here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Ozzie Albies will be the first one to greet him here as he'll be forced to turn around and hit from the left side now. Low for ball 1. Albies with a 1-1 count now.
Hey, you want someone sometimes to rattle the bat rack, but also the guy on the mound's got to eat too. They're executing their pitches out there. It's going to be tough to score some runs.
Back to the fastball, but it's upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
We just saw a fastball right there. I would not be shocked if he tries to get this guy to go fishing right here and drops a little off-speed pitch in the dirt.
Again, another foul ball. A swing, and this one is blasted to right field. Nothing's gonna stop it. Gone! A solo shot here to straightaway right field, as it's now a 3-2 ball game.
Pitches to lay off a hard breaking ball at the back foot. Tough take on a terrific pitch.
So he ran the fastball by him for the punch out. Eddie Matthews becomes out number 2 this inning. Next to hit is Chipper Jones. He's got a hit in 3 at-bats to this point. Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. In there for strike 1, 0-1.
You can really tell they're trying to keep the ball in on this big slugger right here.
Is that an effort to keep him from getting extended, do you think?
Yeah, I think
He's got it, and the Wizards are going to take a commanding 3-1 lead here in the series as this ball game is over.
well, that's just a great job of battling on the road. They fought all the way to the end, took the lead in the top of the ninth, and secured the W in the bottom half. That's a great team win.
This one, definitely a low-scoring affair as we get one last look at our final line score. 3-2 the finish in tonight's game. The Wizards take a 3-1 series lead and now look to clinch. Randy Johnson gets the W on the mound. Dan Herron pitched well, allowing only 2 earned, but ends up taking the loss. So that'll do it for us. For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, Heidi Watney, and our entire crew, I'm Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching MLB The Show. For more, make your way over to the new website, theshow.com. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's on to Game 5 of the National League Championship Series between the Wizards and the Atlanta Braves. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of baseball on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Danny, this is still anyone's series here as we get ready for Game 5.
Well, they're down 3-1, so it's do or die time now. That's not a good place to be, obviously, but we do see some teams play their best when their backs are up against the ropes. The key is to just take it one game at a time and not worry about how many more wins you need.
The postseason is officially in full swing. Lineups and first pitch coming up next. Tom Glavin gets the call in Game 5 of the series. Dan, any thoughts?
Hey, every once in a while you're going to have a clunker, and this guy had one in his last one. Gave up 10 hits in his last start. That's not an easy thing to do, and he certainly hoped to turn things around in this one.
So that'll bring in Mookie Betts, and we are set for baseball here this evening. And now the first pitch. Ground ball sent back up the middle. And that's a base hit, so the pressure's on to open up the inning.
Hey, this guy's having a big series in the postseason. It looks like to me that the moment isn't too big for him. He's slowing the game down. He looks terrific.
Yeah, absolutely. Postseason monster right here, having a huge series. Any big leaguer can have their moment mid-May, but to do it when it gets cold outside means everything.
No balls and a strike to count. A runner at first with no outs here. Betts is on the move. That's a strike to throw down. It skips in and he's safe. Close play, but he's in there.
Well, I think he's making it pretty obvious why he's batting leadoff, isn't he? Works his way on base to start the game and then does even better by swiping second to put himself into scoring position. He's trying to make an impact from the get-go in this one.
The 0-2 home. Soft liner towards short. And the off-balance throw gets him. Nice play for the out. And they're not going to get him. New Mexico leads it 1-0. Kurt Schilling will do the pitching with a trip to the World Series on the table. Dan Plizak, what's the word on him?
Hey, we're taking a look at one of the top pitchers in the game. This guy has over 200 career victories, and he'd like to add another one to this list. This guy's been a really good pitcher for a long time.
Here's Nolan Arenado. Fouled away. Hit it hard, but lined out in his first at bat. Pitch on the way. Swung on and hit deep to left center. This one has a chance. Acuna is back to the warning track, and he's able to put it away for the second out. And that'll bring Mike Trout to the dish, looking to put the ball in play here. He went down on strikes in his first at-bat.
Yeah, but it was a good changeup, Matty. Good arm action on that pitch. Look for him to try and a little bit more. Let the ball get a little deeper. Don't be shocked if this pitcher tries to rush a heater right here.
That base hit was screaming off the bat, and our show track technology more than confirms it. 111 miles an hour was the exit velocity of that line drive. So up steps Ozzie Albies. He'll lead things off here in this one-run contest. And it's fouled away.
Albies.
And he fouls this one off.
Hey, usually the second time through the order, you start seeing an incorporation of some more off-speed stuff.
Now he sends a high, deep drive toward the right field corner. And that ball will stay fair, and it's gone. A home run. Ozzie Albies with a solo homer, his second home run of the series, and the Braves have now tied the ball game at 1. Lifted in the air out to center field. Acuna on the move. He can't get to it. This one's down. Swing and a little blooper to center. Acuna coming in, but he won't get there. It falls in. The throw to third, and he is in there.
Somebody's going to be icing their thumbs after this game. That's a jam sandwich, but able to mix in a knock.
Alex Rodriguez.
And it appears they're going to give him the intentional walk here, so now they'll have a force at any base with 2 gone.
That's what's called getting the treatment. Everyone knows he's a power threat with the bat, so it's all about not letting him be the guy that beats you.
Striding in is Katel Marte. 0 for 2 from him so far in this one. First pitch of the AB now. Rounded down the third baseline. There to take it is Chipper, and he'll just step on third, and the inning is over. Into the box, Eddie Matthews, as he takes a cold strike at the knees. It's 0-1. 1 for 2 in the ball game thus far. Fastball called for strike 2.
2 takes, and now he's down 0-2. I'm not sure, but he may have been taking to give a guy at first a chance to run.
Line toward the gap in left center. Now a dive, but he can't get there, and this is going to be trouble out there in left center. And he's in safely to third as they jump ahead with a run scoring on the play. Now time called here as here comes the skipper from the third base dugout. And he's looking to the bullpen here, so it would appear that's all for his starter tonight. He'll leave after 6 and at the very least kept his club in it to this point. Zach Gallen takes the ball here as he'll enter with a runner at first and nobody out. Way out to the mound now is the Atlanta skipper, and a change is forthcoming as that's going to do it for his starter here this evening. So he'll depart with the lead and a chance to be the winner, but he is responsible for the tying run at first. B.J. Kim enters the ball game out of the pen, looking for the final out here in the top of inning number 8. So a really nice diving stop down there at third, and here it is again with show track. The stop is obviously great, but the arm strength on the throw is what impressed us. It's not easy to throw a ball that hard after popping up from the ground. He's hitless in 3 at-bats to this point. Breaking ball below the zone. That's ball 1. And this is swung on and missed. So now they find themselves down to their final strike tonight.
Offered at that breaking ball below the zone, and that's a tough one to spit on. But the key is recognizing it coming out of the pitcher's hand earlier and making sure that it goes up before it comes down. More likely to be a hanger when that's the case.
Strike 3 on a pitch in the dirt. Throw to first will be in time to get him, and the Braves are going to keep the dream alive. They take Game 5 and now must win the next 2 on the road, as this one is over.
Man, we were treated to a nice pitcher's duel in this one. Both starters throwing strikes. They worked deep, and both were in command of the game. It really came down to a few key at-bats. This was a fun game to watch.
This one, definitely a low-scoring affair as we get one last look at our final line score. Close one tonight, 2-1 the final score. The Braves trail 3-2 in this series. Tom Glavin is the winning pitcher of record. Kurt Schilling pitched well, allowing only 2 earned, but ends up taking the loss. MLB The Show is your home for postseason baseball. It's Game 6 of the National League Championship Series between the Atlanta Braves and the Wizards. Hi again, everyone. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to our special postseason coverage of Baseball on the Show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, obviously, a lot of things still up in the air as we get ready for Game 6.
Yeah, you see the results through the first 5 games. It's been everything we could have hoped for, and now at 3-2, you've got a team coming in here that needs to win the final 2 games on the road to take the series. Going to be a tall order to fill, but I think they're as capable as anyone to pulling it off.
All right, the stage is set. The starters get their final tosses in out in the bullpen, and we've got a good one in store for you, folks. Play-by-play is coming up next. Kerry Wood will do the pitching with a trip to the World Series on the table. What do we need to know here, Danny?
Hey, Matty V, this ought to be exciting. This is one of the top young pitchers in the game right now.
So up steps Ozzie Albies. As with one away, he won't catch up with the fastball, and it's 0-1. And he turns on one, sending it high and deep to right. Gone! Ozzie Albies with a solo homer. His 3rd home run of this series. As the Braves get on the board first, it's 1-0. Phil Niekro is charged with keeping their hopes alive on the mound here in the League Championship Series. Look at our playoff tree here. And our winner here will get the opportunity to battle the newly crowned American League champion Chicago White Sox. And congratulations to them on winning the AL pennant. 2nd inning set to go. And that'll bring up the always dangerous Ronald Acuna Jr. Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. Oh, and this just jumps off the bat here as this is to deep straightaway right field, and you can pretty much forget about this one. That is a long home run. A solo shot here to straightaway right field, and it's given Atlanta a 2-0 lead.
Well, he's definitely off to a shaky start tonight, giving up 2 home runs in 2 innings. The good news is they were both solo shots. The bad news is the rest of the lineup is salivating in the dugout, waiting for their chance to face him.
So next up will be Freddy Freeman. To right field and absolutely hammered. Forget about making a play on that ball. It's way out of here. Back-to-back home runs. A solo home run off the bat of Freddy Freeman as the Braves have opened up a 3-0 lead. Standing in now, Hank Aaron. And there's a swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch to start him out. 0-1. Runners are at first and third, one away. That's in there, and he's deep in the hole now, 0-2.
Big pitch coming up right here. He'd love for a ground ball or a strikeout.
Line drive, and that's a base hit into center field. And he'll reach second now with one away.
Well, we've already had some hard-hit balls in the first 2 innings here, and here's another one. Absolutely jumped off his bat and into the outfield, bringing another run home here in the early going.
One thing's for sure, when this season's over, I am getting rid of Kerry Wood. He makes way too much money for this kind of performance.
Here is that'll do it for Kerry Wood. So as he leaves, I would imagine these fans would not be much pleased with his performance here this evening, as he certainly was not sharp. Zach Gallen is going to come on in relief now, and he may be asked to eat several innings as this game is just still really getting underway.
Excuse me? I'm pretty sure he was out right there.
At a tipping point right now. They've got a chance to put this game out of reach, but if they can't score anymore here, the other guys feel like the door's still open.
Hit weakly back to the mound. And not in time as the run scores.
Never mind, Blue made the right call. The Wizards have lost their right to challenge from this point further in the game. What's fair is fair, and he made the right call.
Nolan Arenado, and they could use a spark from him here.
They've gotten a gut punch to start this game. There's no doubt about this, but that's when you have to turn the scoreboards off. Everybody do their job one at bat at a time.
First pitch on its way. Now he extends nicely, and this ball's driven to right field and deep. Oh, a leaping effort at the wall, but he comes up empty. This one is gone. Home run. Nolan Arenado touches them all. His second home run of the series. As they get on the scoreboard here, it's 5-1.
When this one left the bat, I thought it was going to be an easy out to right, but it just kept carrying and carrying, and the right fielder gave it a great effort and almost brought it back, but no dice.
Stepping in now, Adrian Gonzalez to right field and absolutely hammered. Forget about making a play on that ball. It's way out of here. Back-to-back home runs. A solo shot here to straightaway right field. His second home run of the series, and it's now a 5-2 game.
Wow, back-to-back to start the inning. Talk about putting a pitcher on notice. On the mound, you almost have to completely forget about those and try to convince yourself you're starting the inning over fresh. No one on, no one out.
Now here's the first offering. That's popped up. Arenado trying to get there, and this is going to wind up a foul ball. And he takes something off there and had him way out in front for strike two.
Looks to me like he's trying to make adjustments pitch to pitch up there at the plate, but he's looked completely thrown off so far. Late on the first one, way out front on the second.
And that is going to sneak on through into right. It's a one-out single.
Well, you know what? Good hitters are good hitters for a reason, D-Row. And to be able to hang in there on an 0-2 pitch and still be able to get a base hit, this guy's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I'm blown away by this guy, Dan. You wouldn't know if you showed up. You wouldn't know if it's 2-0, 3-1.
Drives it to deep right field. Betts looking up, and this one is gone. A home run. A two-run blast to straightaway right field, and the lead is now 7-2. At the plate now is Alex Rodriguez. 0 for 1 for him here in this one. First offering. Oh, and there's a drive to deep left center. You can pretty much forget about this one. This is way out of here. So a solo shot here to left center field. His 4th long ball of this series, as it's now a 7-3 game. Well, if you're just joining us, that's the 7th home run hit so far in this game. Really unbelievable stuff.
Dan Plizak, somebody please stop the bleeding. This pitching staff on both sides are getting absolutely embarrassed.
This is one of those days, D-Row, when you're sitting watching this game as a bullpen. You see this starting to unfold on both sides of the plate. This is one as a bullpen guy. You're sitting out there going, oh, Mr. Wizard, I don't want to be a pitcher today.
Mark DeRosa, recognizing the Wizards for what we are. Mr. Wizard. Thank you, Mark DeRosa. Thank you.
Way behind a goofy knuckleball for strike 2.
That swing looked kind of out of control to me. Looked like he was trying to dial 9, but when you're down by 4 runs early in the game, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Now this one is blasted to left field, and there's no doubt about it. Back-to-back jacks. A solo shot here to left, his 2nd home run of the series, and it's now a 7-4 ball game. For call at second with 2 down. 1-1 pitch is a circle change. It hits the target 1-2.
Hey, this is a big pitch right here. Can't allow them to tack on any more runs. Let's see if he attacks his zone or buries something in the dirt.
To 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Fouled off. Right side, fair ball down the line. He's in at second safely, as a run will score on the play as well. Jeff Reardon is ready, and he'll take the ball from the manager. Bottom of the inning now, and next it'll be the outfielder, Babe Ruth. Ready to deliver. Here comes the first pitch. Driven deep at the wall. It is gone. A solo shot here to straightaway right field. His 3rd home run of this series, as it's now an 8-5 ball game. B.J. Kim is on to pitch out of the bullpen in the bottom half of the 8th. Bottom of inning number 8 set to go, and stepping up as the shortstop, Fernando Tatis Jr. And that swung on and missed for strike one. Kim has proven to be a guy that throws strikes coming out of the pen and doesn't walk a lot of batters.
Boyd, every manager and pitching coach, Matty.
Oh, and this one's driven the other way and deep to the corner. And this will find the wall deep in the corner. And he is into second with a double, his third hit of the night. B.J. Kim is on to pitch out of the bullpen in the bottom half of the eighth. Bottom of inning number 8 set to go. And stepping up as the shortstop, Fernando Tatis Jr. And that swung on and missed for strike one. Kim has proven to be a guy that throws strikes coming out of the pen and doesn't walk a lot of batters.
Boyd, every manager and pitching coach, Matty.
Oh, and this one's driven the other way and deep to the corner. And this will find the wall deep in the corner. And he is into second with a double, his third hit of the night.
When it left his bat, I thought it might squirt foul, but it hugged the line and found its way into the corner. Thought it might be a little bit closer play at second, but he cruised in there with relative ease.
Now a spin and a throw back to second. A dive, but he's back. At the plate, Mike Trout. In the dirt. And no advance. It's ball one. That evens it up 1-1. Here's another shot down the line in right. As he arrives at second without a play, as a run also comes in to score, making it a 2-run ball game.
Back-to-back doubles now, and that's a great way to get an inning going. The leadoff man shows him how it's done, and he comes right behind him following suit. Lacing a double of his own could be a big inning if this continues.
Standing in now, Nolan Arenado.
And a swing from him yields a foul pop out of play to the right.
He's working on a 1-for-3 thus far. Good lead there at second. Here's the pitch. This is popped up. Matthews moving to his left, but he gets back in time, safe at second base. So a big at-bat coming up, and it'll be Adrian Gonzalez. A knock here could cut the lead to just 1 run. First pitch of the AB on its way, and he fouls this one off. Trout, the runner at second with 1 away. Oh, and he gets a hold of this one as it's in the air to deep left. Does he have another one? He does. It's another home run. It's a 2-run shot to straightaway left, as that makes this an 8-all ball game. This has been a staggering display of power hitting here today, guys. I can't remember the last time I saw a performance like this. 10 combined home runs. Pops him up toward the left side of the infield, and Chipper will take this one in, and the side is retired. But they strike for 3 in the inning, 2 on this 2-run home run. 9th inning straight ahead, all even now at 8 apiece. Bruce Sutter will be on the mound to start the 9th inning, and his job will be keeping the ball game tied until the bottom half. Strikes him out on a good pitch, so 1 run can win it as we head to the bottom of the inning. Braves go down without a whimper here. Score remains even at 8 apiece. We are into extra innings. Ronald Acuna is retired to kick off the inning. Infield in the overshift here. Now the pitch. Freddy Freeman is in to start things off here as he looks at a called strike. It's 0-1. That's taken. Now it's 0-2.
You got to go into battle mode after falling down 0-2 and find a way to work yourself back to even.
And it's fouled away. Oh, and look at this. High in the air and deep. And when this ball comes down, they'll have taken the lead. Home run. A solo shot here to straightaway right field as they've taken a 1-run lead. So only one hit in the inning on the solo shot, but it's enough to push him out in front. Mike Stanton enters the game here an inning later than usual as he'll try to close this one out in the 10th.
The center fielder, Mike Brown.
First pitch on the way. Into the windup. Here comes the 0-1. Back up the middle. That's through for a base hit, his second of the ball game. So that puts the leadoff man aboard to get the inning underway.
The leadoff hitter finds his way on base. Should be interesting to see the cat and mouse with the manager. Does he use the bunt right here? Do we put a little hit and run on? Do we go old school, new school, and just let him swing away? Should be interesting.
Standing in now, Nolan Arenado, as he'll go after the first pitch to him and comes up empty. It's strike one. He'll be looking for something he could drive into the gap and drive home that tying run from first. Comes set and the 0-1. Popped him up. Matthews in foul ground. One down. Adrian Gonzalez back at the plate here after homering in the 8th, and that was his second of the game, so he's got a chance at a third right here. Here's the first pitch to him. He's running. Fought off at the plate as it's chopped foul. Here's the 0-1. Runner going a second time. Pitch outside. The throw. He's in there easily as the throw bounces on the way down.
Some managers treat the postseason as a time to be aggressive, and that's exactly the case here. They had the speed burner on the move, and it worked out nicely for him. Just got to drive him in now.
The 1-1 home.
I know that fastball registered at about 92, 93, but I guarantee you it looked about 4 to 5 miles an hour faster than that for this offensive player.
Now a drive to right field. This could do it. Game over. Walk-off home run. So it's a 2-run shot to right center, and with one swing of the bat, this ball game is over.
Ago sends us to the World Series with one swing of the bat. That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen in Wizards baseball. Let's actually go to the World Series. Adrian Gonzalez, walk it off. Let's go.
Well, they've taken care of business all season long, and tonight was no exception. They've proven to be the best team in the National League. Now it's time to see if they can become the best in the entire game. Celebrate tonight, and the World Series is next. Congrats to the NL champs.
Well, the lineup was clicking for him in this contest, and the man you see there was a major contributor. For that, he's the top player of the game.
Yeah, he delivered with runners in scoring position a couple of times in this one. Finished with 5 RBIs, and that was obviously a huge factor in them claiming the victory here.
For Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, and our excellent crew, this is Matt Vasgersian saying so long. You've been watching the National League Championship Series.
We did it. 2021 World Series, here we come. Despite all odds, barely squeaking by, I wasn't sure if we were going to make the playoffs,
Chicago,
but the mid-season
the
trades
Sox
helped, I feel. That or our players matured since all of them were rookies. Either way, look how far we've came. I'm so proud.
Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. It's the moment these players have been waiting for. Game 1 of the Fall Classic is on the show, and it's coming up next. Britt Burns gets the call on the mound here at home for Game 1 of the World Series. Dan, any thoughts?
It's not easy as a rookie to go out there and establish yourself, get the off-speed pitches over, and just try to be the same pitcher that you were in the minor leagues.
Grounded to the right, reined in. Throw to first is in time for the first out. And now we'll look at the starting lineup for the visitors in this one. Mark, what's your take on him against one of the best starters in the game?
Matty, you focus on this lineup, the middle of the order jumps out at you because of the big power. But my focus today is on the table setters. The guys that set the tone. They have to be willing to work the count and find ways to get on base and create a little bit of havoc on the defense.
And he goes down and gets this fastball and takes it high in the air to deep straightaway center. And this ball is gone. No chance to make a play on that one. So it's a solo shot to dead center, and that will break the seal early here. It's quickly 1-0.
We were wondering who was going to strike first with the long ball. What a moment for him right there. A home run in the World Series, no one can ever take that away from you.
And that'll bring in Nolan Arenado. Now this one is blasted to left field, and there's no doubt about it. Back-to-back jacks. Nolan Arenado touches them all as it's now a 2-0 ball game.
Well, people always wonder why some players make so much money, and there's your answer. The great ones find a way to rise to the occasion in the postseason, and he did right there.
Here's the center fielder, Mike Trout. Oh, could it be 3 in a row? Going back is the right fielder. To the track, to the wall. Gone! You got to be kidding me. Back-to-back home runs. It's a solo home run here for Mike Trout, as it's now a 3-0 ball game. So they get 3 runs here, all coming via solo home runs. We'll move on to the bottom half of inning number 1. The Wizards are out in front here, 3-0. Number 29 is on the mound here on the road for Game 1 of the World Series.
Batting third.
And with 2 away here in Game 1 of the World Series, let's give you a little refresher course at the roads these two teams took to get where they are tonight. So the lineup flips over, and digging in, Mookie Betts. Second appearance here. He grounded out to start the ball game. Wheels and deals. Here's the first pitch. Fouled away. Lifted in the air out towards left center. And that'll get down for a base hit.
Now batting, shortstop, Fernando Tatis Jr.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. as the first pitch to him is swung on and missed for strike 1. He launched one over the wall back in the opening frame. And now they've got him in a rundown. Oh, and the throw's wide as it gets by him at second. Luckily for them, the left fielder retrieves this ball quickly.
I'm not here to make excuses, but it is cold tonight, and it looks a little damp out there, too. The ball might have just slipped out of his hands on that one.
Got him with a good high fastball there. Danny, we see a lot of that pitch in strikeout situations these days. What makes it so effective?
I think, Matt, what makes it such a tough pitch is you're changing eye levels. That fastball up looks so enticing to hit that you think you see that ball as a hitter. You think you can drive it, but it's really hard to get on top of that good, high, hard fastball.
Here's Nolan Arenado, and he fouls this one off. Outside for a ball, 1-1.
Boy, the curveball just hasn't been there this afternoon, and this is this guy's bread and butter pitch, especially when he gets ahead of hitters. He needs to find that curveball again.
The 1-1 home. Betts leads off second with 1 gone in the inning. Fouled off. Two balls, 2 strikes to Nolan Arenado.
He might have to look for a different way to put this guy away on 2-2. He's already seen the curveball a couple of times, so he might be looking for it.
Come set, now the pitch. Back up the middle and in for a base hit. And the run will come across to score from second, and they open it up to 4-0 now.
No mistake what he was sitting on, looking for a dead red piece of cheese middle of the plate, and he didn't miss it.
And the pitch. Got him on the good slider there. Swung on and missed as he's down on strikes for the second time tonight.
I'll tell you, he looks really dialed in on the bump right there. He's got a shutout going, and he really seems to have this lineup off balance. Even when he challenges them up in the zone, they don't have an answer for it.
Standing in now, Joe Jackson. High and deep to center field. Trout looks up. And a climbing attempt at the wall, but this ball is gone. So it's a solo shot to dead center as they get on the board. It's 4-1 now.
Yeah, they have everything to lose in this game, but it's obvious they have zero quitting them. They're going to battle until the last out, and with that homer, they're that much closer to prolonging this series.
Mike Trout would have caught this ball if his arms were 15 feet long. Mike Trout was on this ball. He was on this ball.
The 1-1 misses, ball 2. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now. I think it's safe to say he wasn't ready for the fastball.
Wow, was he behind that fastball. Great job on the mound using the curveball to set up the heater.
And they could go either way now, I suppose.
And they're not going to get him. He's in there at the plate.
What a frustrating inning from a pitcher standpoint, Giro. You get the first 2 out of the inning. The next guy doubles, and then you give up a 2-out base hit to drive in a run.
Now time called here as the manager pops out of the first base dugout. And we're going to see a pitching change as that's going to do it for his starter here tonight. So as he departs, he'll remain responsible for the man left aboard, but he cannot lose this one. Jeff Reardon takes over here with a runner at first and 2 gone in the inning.
So you'd love for him to offer at that one, but
oh, the big hurt connects here and sends it high and deep out to left field. And a leaping effort at the wall, but it's in vain. A home run. So a 2-run shot for Frank Thomas, as that'll pull him even at 4 apiece.
Excuse me, did he touch the plate though?
And standing in, the rookie outfielder, Sammy Sosa. First delivery to him. Can't find the zone there as he lays off the breaking ball. Now a ball hit high and fairly deep down the left field line. This ball has a chance and gone for a home run. So a solo shot down the line in left as they will take the lead here. It's now a 5-4 ball game. Trying to move into scoring position with 2 away, but not to be as we get another look. Number 17 is on, and he'll take over on the mound in relief. Bruce Sutter trots in from the bullpen here as he inherits a tough spot with 2 on and 2 away. Looking to keep this a 1-run game. The pitch. Comes set. The 0-1. Ripped down the line. A dive, but he can't make the play, and it's down the left field line. He pulls into second safely, as also on the play, a run comes across to score. Now a swing, and he pops him up, and this should do it. And he'll make the catch here to end it, and the White Sox have started this World Series on the right foot. They're victorious here at home as this ball game is over.
hey, this was a pretty tightly played game. Got a little bit of everything in this one. Some timely hitting, runs on the board, key pitching, and defense in certain spots. This one was a fun one to watch.
Before we take our leave, time for a look at our final line score here in what turned out to be a close 2-run victory. A 6-4 finish in tonight's affair. The Chicago White Sox win the World Series opener and take a 1-0 lead. Time for baseball now on the show as we give you a look inside Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago. Game 2 of the World Series between the Wizards and the Chicago White Sox. Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. I'm joined by Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Danny, an important ball game coming up here in Game 2.
Yeah, it was a good start for these guys at home. They did what they needed to do in the opening game, and this crowd really showed up and made a difference as well. Should be an electric atmosphere again, so we'll see if the guys on the field can feed off it and take a commanding lead in this series.
The build-up to this one is just about over. It's time for all the drama of World Series baseball on the show. And we'll have it for you next. Mark Burley will be on the bump for Game 2 of the series. Dan, any thoughts?
Man, he pitched really well in his last one without allowing a single run and picking up the victory. Let's see if he can bring that stuff back to the ballpark with him and make it 2 really strong starts.
Here's Mookie Betts. He'll get us started in this one under the lights.
The right fielder, Mookie Betts.
Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. And a swing and a miss on the first pitch as we are underway here in Game 2.
Okay, 7:05.
Hit on the ground to short. Oh, what a play to first. He is out. And what a vital play there, preventing the leadoff man from getting aboard. Well, let's get another look at that diving play on Show Track. Obviously a great job just to get the glove on it, and perhaps just as impressive was the throw to first. He got a lot behind that ball to nab the runner up the line. Three-finger Mordecai Brown is on the mound for Game 2. Dan Plizak, what do you got?
It's not an easy thing to do to pitch as a rookie, but one of the things you have to do is use the positives. The opposing team has never faced you. You can't be afraid to throw the ball into the strike zone. Establish your pitches and try to work quickly.
And here's a curveball in the dirt that time for a ball. 1-1. On the ground up the middle. Scooped up. And safe at first on a bang-bang play as that last lunge was enough. Hold on here, though. That was really a close play, so they're checking to see if they want to challenge that safe call.
Well, here's another look at it now. It was tough to tell watching it live, and boy, I'm still not totally sure. Maybe a tough decision for him here.
And indeed, they will elect to challenge the call. So the umpires on replay duty in Manhattan will take a look at all the available angles and get us an answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the previous play is under video.
All right,
review.
here's one more look at it. Looking for that indisputable video evidence in order to overturn the play. But I don't think there's enough right there.
And we'll get our answer here as the headsets come off, and the runner is safe. So the ruling is confirmed, and they'll lose the ability to challenge for the remainder of the game. So now to the plate, A.J. Tierczynski. As with one away, he can't make contact on the first pitch. It's strike one. Here's the pitch. Hard hit towards center. He takes the turn and heads for second. He hit the corner and tries for third. And he's in there at third with a one-out triple.
Oh no, you hate to see it. We are literally going to have to play the World Series without Mike Trout.
Chris Young will come into the ball game now as he'll take over in center following the injury. Swing and a miss at the curveball, and there's your second out of the inning.
It's always nice to keep a guy that has good wheels off base, and that's just what they did right there. Big strikeout, keep that guy off the base path.
Into the box, A.J. Pierzynski as he takes a cold strike at the knees. It's 0-1. He found his way over to third via a triple in his first at-bat. And it skips in as he steals the bag easily. Well, the offense has been in short supply here tonight, so maybe that bag was aimed at finding another way to generate some runs.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt, Matty. The ball isn't carrying well tonight, and we haven't...
We'll leave it right there as he strikes out, and that ends the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts keep him out of danger. So now to the plate, Katel Marte. Couple of groundouts on his batting line in 2 trips so far. Toward the gap in right center. This is going to be a base hit, and he may take that big turn at first. And he will beat the throw into second as he slides in safely with a 1-out double. Hit down the line at first. He's got it, and he'll take it to the bag himself for the out. So next to hit is Eddie Collins. 4th trip to the plate now, and he's hitless to this point.
Yeah, he and his teammates have really been shut down by some very good pitching in this one. Been fun for a guy like me to watch.
And he'll lay off a fastball here in a good spot, but ruled the ball 1-0.
Hey, this guy's got to be pretty proud of what he's done so far. It's never easy to pitch on the road, but to have this kind of outing in a ballpark that is notoriously known as being hitter-friendly, it's been a treat to watch.
And it's 1-2.
He hasn't thrown that pitch much all game. I got to believe as an offense, you just got to throw that pitch away and move on to the next one.
Down the left field line and deep. And that is off the wall, but in foul territory. Foul ball. A ball and 2 strikes.
Man, this guy's a grinder. Fouls off good pitches and doesn't seem to swing at the ones just off the corner.
A swing and a miss. That retires the side, and that will do it. Down in order go the White Sox. We are still scoreless. Keith Folk will be on the mound to start the 9th inning, and his job will be keeping the ball game tied until the bottom half. All set to start the 9th in this one, and next it'll be the outfielder, Babe Ruth. First pitch on the way. Off we go in the 9th as the first pitch misses for ball 1. Fouled off. Swing and a miss as he pulled the string on him. 1-2. Well off the plate with the change of pace. That's ball 2. Here now the 2-2. Line toward right center. On a base hit. So a great start to the 9th as the possible go-ahead run is aboard to kick off the inning.
Now batting, the center fielder, Mookie Betts.
To the plate now, Mookie Betts, as he'll take a look at an off-speed pitch here that misses for ball 1. Go-ahead run at first, nobody out. Got him out on his front foot there as it swung on and missed for strike 1.
He struggled quite a bit at the plate in this one, so until he shows he can put a good swing on the ball, I don't think they're going to give him anything straight that he can handle.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Skied into straightaway right. Sosa is there to put it away for out number 1. Next up, Fernando Tatis Jr. is one away. The runner at first represents the potential go-ahead score. Double play is in order, however. Taken high and deep to right. Looking up is the right fielder. At the track, the wall, gone! A two-run shot that gives them the lead. A two-run blast to straightaway right field, as it's now a 2-0 ball game.
This is going to be one of those moments we look back on in a couple years when we relive this World Series. That swing of the bat late in the game to take the lead, huge blow.
Rollie Fingers comes out of the bullpen to shut things down here in the ninth. So it's first and second now. Nobody out, and in steps Big Frank. From the stretch.
Hey, this isn't going to be an easy save. These guys are making it work for this one.
Ground ball left side. To second for one. On to first, the double play.
Now batting, third baseman, Robin Ventura.
Next to dig in, Robin Ventura. And he needs to make something happen. They're down to their final out here in the ninth. And he delivers with 2 outs in the ninth. It's a base hit. And they're on the board as now it's a 2-1. And he'll be called out at second, and a tough way to end it here as this ball game is over.
Yeah, he does surrender 1 run, so it wasn't a flawless performance. But in this game, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be good enough to win, and he was.
This one, definitely a low-scoring affair as we get one last look at our final line score. Close one tonight, 2-1 the final score. New Mexico have evened up this World Series at 1 game apiece. Three-finger Mordecai Brown is credited with the win. Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, lots to talk about here as we get ready for Game 3.
Well, when you start the series on the road, obviously you'd love to sweep the first 2 games, but coming out of there with a split is pretty solid too. Now they come home, they've taken back home field advantage, and we'll see if they can feed off this crowd and take control of this series.
The build-up to this one is just about over. It's time for all the drama of World Series baseball on the show. And we'll have it for you next. Randy Johnson gets the ball in Game 3 of the series. What's your take on him, Dan?
Boy, this guy was unbelievably good in his last one. Struck out a ton of guys in an amazing performance, and all of his pitches were working. Let's hope he brings that A game back with him in this one.
Okay, here's the defense for the home team. And guys, can we lock in on the Gold Glover at third base? I've played this position. You got to do so many things. I mean, you have to have just the quickest hands, reacting on one-hop liners. You have to have the ability to take away the bunt, a la Adrian Beltre and Nolan Arenado. You better have a backhand, and not only that, you better have a strong throwing arm.
Oh no, it's a curse. Babe Ruth gets hurt doing what exactly? This is the second World Series game in a row where our star slugger outfielder gets injured. We've got a curse or something.
Tim LaCastro is going to come in now and take over following the injury.
Oh no, they booed Tim LeCastro coming in to replace Babe Ruth. I would.
Oh, and he can't catch up to the fastball as he swings and misses for the second out. Here's the first pitch to him. Frank Thomas is at the plate now as he looks at strike one. And it's 1-1.
If you're going to have success against some of the better hitters in the game, you've got to get that pitch right there. 0-2, he's almost certainly out. 1-1, he's got a chance to really do some damage.
2-2.
What I love right there is just the freedom in that half.
We'll have to press pause as that's strike 3 to retire the side. So it's no runs on a hit, no errors, and a man left. On now to the bottom of inning number 1 with no score after a half an inning. Ed Walsh will do the pitching in game 3 of the series. What do we need to know here, Danny?
Man, this guy was really rock solid in his last one. 8 solid innings in his last start to pick up the win. We'll see if he can keep it going and make it 2 really good starts in a row.
All right, guys, here's a defensive alignment for the Chicago White Sox. And manning the hot corner today is a guy with one of the quickest reactions in the game. That's it at third base. A step and a dive, a little bit of range, but you better be reacting, and you better be able to have some serious hands and a strong arm to get it over to first.
And it's up to a 3-2 full count now.
Man, that's one of those. How could you not swing at that one? A good take there on that pitch.
Now a swing and a miss as he picks up another one. Make it 4 strikeouts already, and there's your first out.
It's always nice to keep a guy that has good wheels off base, and that's just what they did right there. Big strikeout, keep that guy off the base path.
Leading off for the Wizards, the right fielder, Katel Marte.
First pitch of the AB now. Look out as this bat shatters on impact. This is foul for the first strike. Another one fouled off, and he's quickly behind 0-2.
Looked like he was cheating a heater right there. A little bit too far out in front. Got to find a way to keep his hands back.
Grounded down the third baseline. And this will stay inside the third base bag. A fair ball. And he is into second base with a leadoff double.
Nice execution right there. Ball was down below the knees. He stayed through it and was able to drive it for a base hit.
Fastball just misses. That's ball 1. Sosa on at first. Nobody out. And that's through for another base hit. He'll make it 2 for 2 in this one.
Hey, guys, he's not known for being a singles hitter right here, but that's his second knock of the game.
And I'm sure he'll take him, but the guys on the other side of the scorecard might be thinking we really avoided a worse fate. Joe Jackson is at the plate now, and he takes a cold strike.
Might have to change your game plan in the box right here. If he's going to pound away, might have to work the opposite field.
Into the corner and slicing foul. And another foul ball.
Although he doesn't use that pitch too much, if he's able to steal some strikes early in the count, could be something they have to think about.
To the plate now, Bo Jackson. As the fastball is swung on and missed. Good location down at the knees for strike 1. Looking to put the ball in play here. He went down on strikes in his first at-bat. And a good idea to hold off on that swing. It's ball 1. 1-2 now as that one's fouled off. Runners are at first and second with 1 away. He's really got the strikeout pitch working now as he notches number 9 in the ball game.
It's been a really rough day for this lineup. There's really no other way to say it. Not a lot of good scoring opportunities, and when they've had them, like right now, it's just been an uphill battle for them to make anything positive happen.
Standing in now, A.J. Pierzynski, as he will take a fastball in there at the knees for strike 1. Struck out in his first at-bat. Swing and a miss, and he needs a little discipline here. 0-2. And he will strike him out. 10 now in the ball game, and the inning is over. White Sox strand a couple. Halfway home, still no score.
Way to get out of a jam.
All for a strikeout there.
In now, Alex Rodriguez. As he'll go after the first pitch to him and comes up empty, it's strike one. 0 for 1 after a pop out in foul territory his first time through. Well hit the other way, and it's into the gap. Around first, digging for 2. And he's not stopping. He wants 3. The relay throw, the tag, and he is out at third. And with that, the side is retired. Certainly some questionable base running going for the triple there, but a nice relay to end the inning nonetheless. We'll have more of Game 3 after this message. Runs up and gets this one down. Into the box, Luke Appling. As the first pitch misses to him, it's ball 1. 1 for 2 in the ball game thus far. Pitch to the plate is a slider for a strike, and it's all knotted up at 1-1. Runner goes for second. Strike taken, the throw. Not in time. He's in there at second. Well, that stolen base was about as bang as they come, and as Show Track demonstrates to us right here, it was his top speed that really made all the difference. He's definitely got wheels, and they were on display there. A swing and a ground ball to third, but this is going to be a foul ball as that keeps things at 2-2. Pitch misses low. The throw down. Short hop, and he's there just before the tag.
That's not an easy thing to do, steal third base, especially off a catcher like this that has a good throwing arm.
Collins at third with nobody out. Good job to spoil that one away, and he stays alive. And he fouls this one off. Throw over to third, and he'll get back in safely. Hit out towards second. And he has delivered on 3-2 as he comes up big. It's a base hit. Down the third baseline. Arenado's got it. Throw to second for the force out, and the side is retired. White Sox pick up just the 1. And that'll bring in Nolan Arenado. 0 for 2 from him so far in this one. Now here's the first offering. Oh, and a hearty cut there to begin the at-bat. It's 0-1.
Hey, it's really hard to pitch a gem. And what helps? This guy's first pitch strike percentage, how about 100%? Can't get any better than that.
Dan, he took that right back at his face right there. Exactly what you're trying to do. Middle cut, though. Are you a little concerned?
Yeah, that's a case of a ball being right down the middle. As a pitcher, you want to work the corners and stay out of that middle part of the zone, and he paid for it right there with a solid base hit.
In now, Adrian Gonzalez, as he'll look at a breaking ball that misses for ball 1.
Hey, I know the tying run's at first right here, but if the pitcher on the mound executes, keeps the ball in play, I think good things are going to happen.
The 1-0 home. And a fastball here as he rides it the other way into left. A base hit. And that's off the left field wall. And he will get in there at second base as he's got himself a wall ball double. Standing in now, Stephen Drew, as the first pitch to him is swung on and missed for strike 1. He's hitless in his 2 at-bats so far. Comes set, the 0-1. And he looks like he's toying with him here. It's 0-2.
On 0-2 here, he doesn't have to give in with a great pitch to hit. He's got a base open, so he has to focus on making a good pitch right here.
Nasty breaking ball swung on in the dirt. Throw to first, and that gets him out of the jam. Leading off the inning, it'll be Eddie Collins trying to pad their lead here before the bottom of the inning. Swinging a hard liner to center field. There to look it in his bets, and that's out number one.
Jumped all over that first pitch of the inning, and he didn't miss it. Just wasn't able to steer it in a direction that resulted in a leadoff hit.
White Sox down on just 4 pitches, but they hold a 1-0 lead. Now into the box, Alex Rodriguez. He'll lead things off here in this 1-run contest. Outfield in the no doubles defense. Now the first pitch. A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap. That one is out of here. This game is tied. So a solo shot here to left center field. And just like that, this ball game is all tied.
I mean, you have to love the World Series. What a game we have right now. Home run ties it late. Place is going absolutely bananas. Would you rather be anywhere else?
Here comes Tony La Russa out of his foxhole at the end of the dugout. And it looks as though that's going to be all for his starter here tonight. Won't get a decision in this one, but except for a few mistakes, he pitched pretty well here this evening. Keith Folk is on to pitch here in the 8th with nobody out. Swung on and missed, and that's the final out of the inning. But some late inning heroics here as this home run makes us even again. 9th inning coming up, all even at 1 apiece. Raleigh Fingers comes on now, and he's just hoping to keep this thing tied. No save opportunity here. Swing and a miss, and they'll dodge a major bullet that time. 2 away. Next, here is Bo Jackson. Not much in the way of productivity from him so far, but he's got a chance to come through here in a crucial spot.
Yeah, it's time now that he has to put the rest of those bats behind it because none of that matters if he can clutch up when it really counts.
And a check swing here as he couldn't help himself, and it's ruled strike 2. And he strikes him out on a good pitch, so 1 run can win it as we head to the bottom of the inning. Clearly fired up to work out of that jam. Back with more from Game 3 after this. A man left for the White Sox, still tied 1 apiece. Jeff Reardon takes the mound as he'll be the first man to pitch here in extra innings.
You don't see that very often against this guy. This guy has one of the best arms in the game, but still a successful steal of second base.
Now the 2-0. Pitches a cold strike. The throw. It skips in and he's safe. Close play, but he's in there.
What's that saying? You play to win the game? Well, that was a big roll of the dice to steal third. But it looks pretty genius now that it worked out. Now they just need to execute at the plate and get that go-ahead run home.
So to the plate is the White Sox DH, Harold Baines. And he bats in a big spot here. Go-ahead run at third, 2 men out. That's taken. Now it's 0-2.
Boy, this is one of those ABs you like to hit the reap.
We'll leave it right there as he strikes out, and that ends the inning. A big-time strikeout and some raw emotion as he gets out of the jam. We'll have more of Game 3 after this message. Number 17 will take the ball now as the new pitcher.
Number 17.
Now to the plate, Stephen Drew. First offering on its way. Lined hard to center field. Jackson is there, and he has it for the first out.
Good contact to start out the inning. Thought he might be on base with some sort of a hit, but it hung up there too long. Just unlucky that time.
Alex Rodriguez will stand in yet again, and he, of course, has had one of the big blows in the contest so far. This was back in the 8th, as this solo shot proved to be a very important run in this ball game. Here's a swing and a long drive high in the air and deep to center field. And he will run this one down. A good read off the bat for the second out.
That ball went 419 feet, and it still could not get out of here.
Show track seemed to get a pretty good read off the bat, carved out a nice route, and ended up covering over 110 feet to make the play. I'm sure he's happy with himself about that one. He takes it to the opposite field, high and deep to left. But that'll stay in the park as it's off the wall. And they'll have runners at second and third following the one-out double.
This guy just feasts on mistakes up in the zone, and that's exactly what he gets right here. A belt-high pitch, he drives into the alley. Great chance now with 2 runners in scoring position.
Joe Jackson is next as he finds himself behind 0-1.
Hey, that backdoor breaking ball just missed. He had a chance to run it to 0-2.
Looked like the fastball got away from him there. It's ball 2.
Props to the hitter right there for laying off with a guy on third. You want to be aggressive, but you have to get a pitch you can drive.
Got him to miss the breaking ball there. Joe Jackson is retired on strikes for the 3rd time tonight. At the plate now, Bo Jackson, as he'll take a look at a high strike that time. It's 0-1. Struggling so far in this one and looking to erase his 0-for-4 ball game right here.
Boy, I love the way he's competing out there.
Looking at a fastball to end the inning. White Sox strand a couple. Score remains tied 1-1.
I'm not going to lie, what you're about to witness is very disturbing, but we got to do what we got to do. And the Wizards, let me say, we are the best team, okay? And you can take us to the World Series, right? And you can have Frank Thomas. That's fine. That's fine. But the Wizards, we never die. Just remember that. Before you go and trot around the bases and try to think you're better than us because we're from New Mexico, guess what? We got to the World Series not on accident. We got to this World Series with talent and with a little bit of magic. And you can do what you want to do. But you can't change who the Wizards are. You can homer on us, okay? You can homer on us. That's fine. But you cannot crush us. Because Wizards never die. And you should remember that. Because we'll be back. You may have won the battle, but you have not won the war, Chicago White Sox. We will be back. We are out for blood. Okay, we are out for blood. Chicago blood. All right? We are taking names. You can win this one. That's fine. 3-1. That's the final. But we'll be back, like I said. Disappointing. This was brutal. What a way to end the game. I do not like this one bit. No lie. We had a tough one the last time out. But we still got this. We can turn it around. Let's actually go. Mike Trout is back from his broken rib somehow. And magic is in the air tonight as the Wizards are taking the field.
We are under the lights as the show gets you ready for another edition of Major League Baseball. It's Game 4 of the World Series between the Chicago White Sox and the Wizards. Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, lots of storylines here as we approach the start of Game 4.
Well, I think this series has played out exactly how we expected it to. At 2-1, it's been tightly contested, back and forth. We've got two teams worthy of being here, and I think this will go at least 6 games before it's all said and done.
Schilling will be on the mound for Game 4. What do we need to know here, Danny?
This will be interesting. This guy won the NL Cy Young Award last year. He's a solid pitcher, Matt. And one of the things he does, he throws the ball into the strike zone, and he's not afraid of contact. Solid pitcher.
Eddie Chicote is the man on the mound for the 4th game of the series.
Leading off for the boys, this guy's had a monster postseason so far.
At the plate, Sammy Sosa, as the first pitch to him is taken low and away for ball 1. And it's a called strike to even the count at 1. Fouled off.
That's a real nice location with that fastball up and in on the hands. Hard to do much with that because a hitter really can't extend his arms very easily.
Grounded back up the middle. Scooped up. One there. On to first, and they turn the double play.
Boy, that's about as easy as it comes. A chopper, 2-hopper turns into a tailor-made 4-6-3 double play.
Standing in now, Joe Jackson. Grounded down the third baseline. And this gets past him at third as it hugs the line. A fair ball. The throw into second. And a good effort to bring it back in quickly, but he's in at second base with a double.
On 0-2 here, he doesn't have to give in with a great pitch to hit. He's got a base open.
Well, the play's been made, and with it comes the end of the inning. A man left for the White Sox. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score. To the plate now, Stephen Drew. As he'll go after the first pitch and bounce it into foul territory. Ready with the 0-1 pitch. Oh, and he's finding his groove out there now. It's 0-2.
Hey, make no mistake about it. This lineup's going to have to get going and get a little bit more aggressive. This guy's pounding the zone.
To 1-2 now. Taken off the outside as the breaking ball couldn't catch the corner. And he misses this one inside, and that'll run things full 3-2.
Boy, went from being in the driver's seat to now being in some trouble. Had the count 0-2, started nipping at the corners, and the next thing you know, this count stands at 3-2.
Too close for comfort, and he did a good job just to make contact. The next 3-2. Lifted the other way to left center. And now that'll hop over the wall, so he'll be at second here with 2 away on a ground rule double.
Hey, there's a hard hit ball that was going to be down for extra bases. The ball had some spring on it, and it bounced over the wall, and the ground rule double puts him on second base without having to leg it out.
So that'll bring in Mookie Betts as he gets a good curveball here to start the at-bat. It's strike one. Looking to put the ball in play here. He went down on strikes in his first at-bat. And it's fouled away. Bottom of inning number 3, 0-0 our score. Looped out towards short. Throw onto the big target if Frank Thomas will take care of him, and that will end the inning. So they can't make anything out of the 2-out double. Back with more of Game 4 on the show after this. Here's Nolan Arenado. As he pops the first pitch foul behind the plate, trying to avoid becoming the third strikeout victim of the inning here. Into the windup. Here comes the 0-1. And boy, was he ever fooled on that pitch. It's 0-2 now.
Hey, after that terrible swing, you find yourself down 0-2. Step out, deep breath, adjust the batting gloves, flip a coin, and go all in on something.
And he fouls this one off. Bases are empty here with 2 men out. Again, another foul ball. The 0-2 once more. Another one sent foul. Trying to strike out the side. Here it is. Now a big swing, and this ball is crushed. Forget it. Long gone. Home run. Nolan Arenado touches them all. His second home run of the series. As they get on the board first, it's 1-0.
Hitting a home run in the World Series is special at any point. Hitting a home run in the World Series that gives your team the lead, that's something to tell the grandkids about.
And now the runner's trying for third. Strike called. Now the throw down. And he will be nailed at third on a questionable decision, to say the least, and the inning is over. Nothing doing here for the White Sox. They still trail 1-0. Here's Mookie Betts. He comes in 0 for 2 thus far.
The right fielder, Mookie Betts.
Wheels and deals. Here's the first pitch. Slapped hard the opposite way. A leaping try, but it's out of his reach and into the outfield. And he'll pull into second here with nobody out.
I'll tell you, that's one of the first good swings we've seen anybody put on this guy so far. He's been throwing the ball really well, but that was one of the few mistakes we've seen him make.
Nolan Arenado will stride in again, and you can bet he'd love to do again what he did back in the fourth. A solo home run here that's been the only long ball of the game so far. Looking to keep this a 1-run game. The pitch. Hits are even right now at 5 aside. Pickoff move to second, and he'll dive back in safely. Good fastball as he gets the swing and a miss.
When I broke into the league, not many guys were throwing that elevated fastball with that much velocity on it. The game has changed.
Turned on, but that's ripped foul down the third baseline.
His heart sank right there when that ball met the bat, but just had him out front just enough to give him another shot.
This ball's down, and that could bring in a run. Now this rolls all the way to the wall. He's in at second safely, as a run will score on the play as well.
I guess that's what you call a one-man gang. blasted a home run earlier in the game and gets the double this time around. If he can get a little help from his friends, they could do some serious damage.
Next up, Bo Jackson. And now the first pitch. Goes the other way and sends it deep down the right field line. A leap, but he can't bring it back into the park. It's a home run. A solo shot down the line in right as they cut the lead in half. It's 2-1 now. And there's a base hit on the line. Running hard, he's digging for second. And there's your tying run at second base with a one-out double. Trying to hold the lead. Here's the delivery. This one's blooped out toward right center field. Rodriguez is there to make the catch, and they'll get out of this with the lead intact. Raleigh Fingers takes the ball now in inning number 9, looking to close the door. All set for the start of the inning, and that'll bring up Harold Baines. 9th inning underway now as the first pitch is taken for a called strike. Turned on that one and crushed it. Just pulled it a little foul. And it's fouled away. The 0-2 once more. Swung on and missed. He got him on strikes. It's a bullpen game for them now as we have a look at the starters' final line. And he really delivered a fantastic postseason performance.
Yeah, he looked really dialed in from start to finish. This is the kind of outing you hope for every time you go out there. So I think he'll feel pretty good about the effort he put forth in this one.
Frank Thomas is in now as he watches a pitch for ball 1. He's hitless in 3 at-bats to this point. He couldn't get his hands through there, and it's 1-1.
Hey, hats off to the pitching staff right here. They've been able to hold a hot hitter in check in Game 4 this series.
1-2 to Frank Thomas. Fouled off. 1-run game here in the top of the 9th. And another foul ball. To 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Down the first baseline. And he'll take it to the bag himself for the out. At the plate now is Robin Ventura. Popped into foul ground his last time up.
Yeah, Matt, he's got to make an adjustment right here. His swing definitely broke down, dropped his back shoulder, and thus the result was a terrible pop-up foul.
Swinging a ball hit on the ground. This gets foul. It's 0-1. Taken, called strike 2, and now they're down to their final strike tonight. Crowd of over 39,000 on their feet. And this ball's in the air to left field, and this should do it. He's got it, and the Wizards have battled back to knock this series up at 2 games apiece as this ball game is over.
Man, we were treated to a nice pitcher's duel in this one. Both starters throwing strikes. They worked deep, and both were in command of the game. It really came down to a few key at-bats. This was a fun game to watch.
This one, definitely a low-scoring affair as we get one last look at our final line score. Close one tonight, 2-1 the final score. The Wizards have evened up this World Series at 2 games apiece. Curt Schilling is the winning pitcher of record. Eddie Chicote takes the loss despite striking out 11 batters. So that's a wrap here tonight. We are under the lights this evening as we get you set for another edition of Baseball on the Show. It's the pivotal Game 5 of the World Series between the Chicago White Sox and the Wizards. Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Danny, this is still anyone's series here as we get ready for Game 5.
Well, you can see by the results, we're right back where we started from. When you're tied after 4, Game 5 is always critical. You don't want to get stuck needing to win the final 2 to move on. So the winner of this one is going to get a huge leg up on winning this series.
The build-up to this one is just about over. Zach Gallen has the ball for the 5th game of the series. Dan Plizak, what do you got?
Hey, it's hard to have all 4 of your pitches on, but I think if this guy can have 2 or 3 of his 4 pitches and have command of them, he's going to have a really good game.
Waved at and missed for the 3rd out. Not much of a chance at hitting that one, and the inning is over. 1, 2, 3 go the White Sox. Half inning complete. We've got no score. Britt Burns gets the call in Game 5 of the series. Little tardy on that swing as it's well wide of first. The next 0-2 is a changeup that drops below the knees for a ball.
Great arm action on that 2-strike changeup right there, but even better job at the plate to take that one.
Trout has a read on it. 1 out. And now A.J. Pierzynski. First delivery to him. And that's in there for strike 1.
Man, this pitcher is on right now, pounding the zone, attacking these hitters. He's making it look easy.
The White Sox are still looking to break into the hit column here. Filthy changeup that time, but he's able to make contact, and he'll get another chance. And it's belted high and deep into right center. See you later. Over the wall, a home run. Solo shot to right center. As the White Sox are on the board first, it's 1-0. And they just don't want to deal with Big Frank here, so they'll give him first on the intentional walk. Now at the plate, Robin Ventura flew out last time up.
Almost, Matty. Almost went deep his last AB. Certainly just missed it. With this guy's big power, he's feeling pretty good at the dish. Look for him to try and get on something and drive it out of the yard this AB.
Come set. The 0-1. Nope. Bases are loaded here. 2 down. A ball and 2 strikes now. Trying to pick up that outside corner, but this misses, and it's back to even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. A swing and a miss. That retires the side, and that will do it. Big-time strikeout and some raw emotion as he gets out of the jam. More coming up from Game 5 after this. Ready to deal. Here comes the first pitch. This is hit high in the air out toward left center. And that's into the gap and should be extra bases. And he will coast into second with a leadoff double.
Now that's the way you answer. They're down 1-0 already, but he laces the double and puts himself into scoring position. That'll get the dugout fired up and excited to punch back.
First pitch on its way. Line drive, and that's a base hit into center field. And the run will score from third as that ties things at 1. And here's a ball lifted high into foul ground down the right field line. And no one will track it down.
Lucky he got a piece right there. He was definitely late on that pitch after seeing a previous off-speed pitch.
And that one got a piece of him.
This is a perfect example of why the slider is such a great pitch and such a dangerous pitch, too. Sometimes it moves so much that you just lose control of it. This one runs way too far in, and the hitter is standing on first as a result.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. as he'll go after a curveball out of the zone to start the at-bat. It's 0-1. He's 0 for 1 after grounding out in his only trip to the plate so far. He comes up empty that time as he's underneath it. 0-2.
Hey, now he's got me confused up here. This is a known sinker baller out on the mound trying to roll a double play, and he throws him a four-seamer.
Getting a few steps off a second there. Now the pitch. And he jumps all over the breaking ball that time and drives it deep to left center field. It is away back there, and this one is out of here. So a 3-run shot to left center, his 3rd home run of this series as they take the lead 4-1.
Well, people always wonder why some players make so much money, and there's your answer. The great ones find a way to rise to the occasion in the postseason, and he did right there.
Arenado is retired, 2 down now. So the bases are empty here with 2 gone, and that brings up Mike Trout. Now here's the first offering. And he jumps on this one. It's high and deep to center. And a scaling attempt at the wall, but it'll be in vain because this ball is gone. It's a solo home run here for Mike Trout. His 2nd home run of the series as they stretch the lead to 5-1.
Wow, another long ball in the early going of this one. The 2nd one he's allowed in just 2 2/3 innings. Might want to warm up those showers.
So he'll make his way to the dugout after working just 4 1/3, and he just didn't have his best stuff in this one. Lucas Giolito enters to make an appearance on the mound as he inherits a runner at first with 1 out in the inning. Up next is Fernando Tatis Jr. A pitch out. The throw. On a great time to pitch out as he'll be thrown out easily at second.
Well, they guessed right on the first pitch out. Sometimes you have to wait a pitch or 2 in the at-bat to try that, but they must have had a idea he was going to be on the move.
Bases are empty here with 2 men out. And he extends nicely, and this ball's driven to right field and deep. And that ball will stay fair, and it's gone. A home run. A solo shot down the line in right. His 2nd of the game, and it's now a 6-1 ball game. Now to the plate, Sammy Sosa. He starts off the inning against a guy who struck out the side last inning. How did they get to him here?
I'm not sure, Matt, that they want to stay as patient. He's been throwing a lot of strikes. They might want to start swinging a little bit earlier in the count.
Swing, and he puts a charge into this one. High and deep, and you can't forget about it. This ball is gone. A solo shot down the line in right. His 2nd home run of the series. As the lead is cut to 4, it's 6-2 now. skipper out of the dugout, making the slow trek to the mound. And we're going to see a pitching change, as that's going to do it for his starter here tonight. Tired a bit as he reached the 7th, but he's got a shot at the victory if his bullpen can help him out. Kerry Wood comes on now, and he'll take over with nobody out in inning number 7. Swing and a drive to right center. Hey, that ball's going to be way out of here. Back-to-back home runs. Solo shot to right center. His second home run of the series. And with that, it's now a 6-3 ball game. And now the first pitch. And there's a base hit on the line.
Hey, excellent job right there, leading off the inning with a base hit. We got to keep this line moving. We cannot stop. Nobody can make an out. We have to find a way to put 2 men, maybe 3 men, put some pressure on this defense.
Harold Baines is at the plate as he looks at ball 1. Can't sit back long enough, and the count evens up at 1-1. As we near the end of this one, it's clear the long ball has played a big role in today's outcome. Dan, D-Row, what are your final thoughts on what we've seen?
Yeah, just non-competitive pitches in some big situations, Dan, and the offense took full advantage.
Yeah, you know, D-Row, one of the things about pitching is you want it.
And a reach, but it's by him as he couldn't quite get to that ball. Appling ignores his coach. He's chugging for home. And he's safe at the plate. And they cut the gap here. It's now 6-4. Well, that didn't take long to get a run on the board this inning.
Yeah, they made it look easy, didn't they? Leadoff single puts the guy in the stretch, and then wham!
And with the free base at first, it looks like the dugout will issue the free pass, so that'll make for runners at the corners with nobody gone. Robin Ventura stands in as he looks at ball 1 here.
You like the modern style of baseball, here it is. Both starters kept their teams in the game.
They'll cash in here as the run is in to score from third.
What the heck was that, Kerry Wood?
And now time is called, and the reliever is warm out there. Bruce Sutter comes on now in an awfully difficult situation as there are 2 on here with nobody out. Bo Jackson, not much in the way of productivity from him so far, but he's got a chance to come through here in a crucial spot.
Yeah, it's time now that he has to put the rest of those bats behind him, because none of that matters if he can clutch up when it really counts.
Trying to hold the lead. Here's the delivery. Got him! And he goes down on strikes for the 3rd time. Clearly fired up to work out of that jam. More coming up from Game 5 after this. So kicking off the top of the 9th is A.J. Pierzynski, and they could use a spark from him here. He slaps that one away, and the count will be 0-1. Swing and a miss as he pulls the top hand over. It's 0-2. Turned on, but it's wide of first and foul. The 0-2 once more. He swung on and missed. He got him on strikes. Now back to the top of the lineup. Stepping in, Eddie Collins grounded out in his last at-bat. He'll try to bunt his way on as he gets this one down. But the throw will beat him at first, so the bunt for hit attempt is snuffed out. Show Track is going to give us a better look at that play. You usually don't see third baseman show off a lot of range, but he certainly did there. And to complete the play, uncork a good hard throw across to first for the out. Nice play all around from the hot corner.
Whoa, that ball was close. Whizzed right by his head. I think he probably heard it go by, guys. That's pretty unsettling for a pitcher. Trust me, I know.
So now to the plate, Harold Baines. 0-1 the count. From the belt, kicks and deals. Good pitch as this is swung on and missed, and now they're down to perhaps their final strike of the evening. The White Sox down to their last strike. Weak grounder back to the mound. Throw on to first is in time to get him, and the Wizards have taken Game 5 here at home, but it'll get harder from here as this ball game is over.
Well, in hindsight, it was the right choice to let the setup guy stay in the game and finish this thing. I wasn't so sure before, but the results sure speak for themselves.
A tight ball game all throughout. Winds up a slim one-run victory in the end as we get you one final look at our line score. And tonight's one-run game comes to an end, 6-5 the final. New Mexico pulled ahead 3-2 in this World Series and are now just a single win away from a championship. Zach Gallen gets the W on the mound. Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Dan, obviously, a lot of things still up in the air as we get ready for Game 6.
It's been a tight series so far, which we kind of expected when we started, but now it's backs up against the wall time. The series has shifted locations, and now these guys need to win the final 2 games at home to win it. This crowd should certainly help, but they've still got a tough task at hand.
The build-up to this one is just about over. It's time for all the drama of World Series baseball on the show. And we'll have it for you next. Ed Walsh will look to keep their World Series hopes alive on the mound. A bouncer up the middle. And that'll get on through into center, and he's got himself a 1-out hit.
Hey, this guy's having a big series in the postseason. It looks like to me that the moment isn't too big for him. He's slowing the game down. He looks terrific.
Yeah, absolutely. Postseason monster right here, having a huge series. Any big leaguer can have their moment mid-May, but to do it when it gets cold outside means everything.
And that'll bring Mike Trout to the dish. And he goes down and gets this fastball and takes it high in the air to deep straightaway center. And off the batter's eye for a home run. An impressive shot to dead center field. A 2-run shot that time for Mike Trout. His 3rd home run of this series, as it's now a 2-0 ball game. Number 29 gets the ball with a world championship on the line. Frank Thomas comes on with one away as he looks at a ball. It's 1-0. Swing and a liner. And he won't get it as that's down for a base hit. And they're on the board as now it's a 2-1 ball game. And the second run will score as well. Swing and a liner. And that's a fair ball as this one will get down the line. And this will not be close, and the run will score easily. So 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and a man left on. Second inning upcoming here on the south side. The White Sox lead it 3-2. And with 2 away now, let's take another look at our playoff brackets. And of course, the question on everybody's mind, will we crown a champion here tonight? Now to the plate, here is Babe Ruth. On the ground up the middle. And that finds its way through for a base hit.
Boy, just when you're looking for one of those shutdown innings, you get 2 quick outs, D-roll, then you give up a 2-out base hit to extend the inning.
Yeah, you show me a big league ball player that's going to give away an AB, no chance. Everybody's in there grinding every at-bat, every plate appearance. Nice job, maybe a little 2-out lightning start.
Here's Mookie Betts as it's on the ground toward the hole, and that's through for a hit. He'll hold at second, and there are 2 aboard now.
Now batting, shortstop, Fernando Tatis Jr.
Up next is Fernando Tatis Jr. Tries to hold up, but did he do so in time? No, says Joe McDonald. It's strike one. Gets the fastball by him here, and he's in control. 0-2. Ruth at second. Betts on at first with 2 down. Count remains at 0-2.
I mean, he's coming right after him, Matty. 3 fastballs in a row.
Here comes the 0-2. Neither guy willing to give in, and the at-bat will continue.
Hey, usually the second time through the order, you start seeing an incorporation of some more off-speed stuff. But this guy's locating, feeling really good about his fastball. 2 back-to-back.
Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes now. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, and that's out number 3. Now he goes the other way, and he got a lot of it high and deep to left center field. And that is off the wall. And they'll have runners at second and third following the 1-out double. Here comes the manager out of the first base dugout heading for the mound. And it looks as though that's going to be all for his starter here tonight. So he will curiously make his way to the dugout after what has to be considered a very brief appearance. Jeff Reardon answers the call from the pen here in the 4th as they didn't get the outing they were hoping for from their starter.
Flat out locked him up with a changeup right there. Usually you're trying for a swing and miss when you throw that pitch in a 2-strike count, but clearly he wasn't looking for it, so it's a backwards K for him.
A.J. Pierzynski is in with 2 away now as he looks at a called strike 1. Struck out in his first at-bat. Called strike 0-2.
Boy, I love the way he's competing out there on
we'll have to press pause as that strike 3 to retire the side. Back-to-back strikeouts keep him out of danger. More from Game 6 after this message and a word from our local stations. That'll bring up Harold Baines. He's hitless in his 2 at-bats so far. In there for strike 1. 3 runs, 6 hits, and no errors so far for the White Sox. Hangs on him a bit that time as it's belted out toward deep center field. Oh, wow, that's off the batter's eye. A gargantuan home run. So it's a solo shot to dead center, and it's given the White Sox a 4-2 lead. Bottom of the 6th inning now, and coming forward the rookie outfielder Sammy Sosa, and he fouls this one off. And here's a pitch high and tight for a ball. 1-1. And he just gets a piece there as this is chopped foul. The 1-2. He sends it out to left field. Well hit. Gone into the home bullpen for a home run. A solo shot here to left. His 3rd home run of this series. And just like that, it's now a 5-2 ball game. Jose Valverde gets the call from the pen to take the ball for the home 7th. Ready to deliver the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a 2-seamer, and the inning is over. White Sox leave 1, and it remains 5-2. So now to the plate, Fernando Tatis Jr. We're in the 8th now, and nothing's changed out there on the mound.
Well, I've been very impressed with how this starter's going about his business, Matt. He's looked really sharp, and it's hard to know if it's had any effect, but getting that early lead from his offense could have really helped settle him in.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Now action in the bullpen as their closer starts to get loose out there. Into center field, line drive base hit.
Hey, excellent job right there, leading off the inning with a base hit. We got to keep this line moving. We cannot stop. Nobody can make an out. We have to find a way to put 2 men, maybe 3 men, put some pressure on this defense.
Towards first. He's right there. Thomas will take this one over to first, and with that, the inning ends. Down in order go the White Sox. They're still out in front, 5-2. Bobby Thigpen comes on from the pen, hoping to finish this one off here in the top of the 9th. All set to start the 9th in this one, and next to bat will be the first baseman, Adrian Gonzalez. 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. Pulls this one into the air out into right field. Sosa is there, 1 away. So the next to bat will be Alex Rodriguez. Now here's the first offering. Oh, and 1. Here it comes. Oh, and he extends nicely, and this ball's driven to right field and deep. And, oh, he missed a home run by a matter of feet. It's off the wall. Not in time, and he's in there with a double.
This right here is the difference between an average hitter and a very good hitter. The average hitter probably doesn't do anything with that pitch, but this guy goes down and gets it, muscling it to the outfield for an extra base hit.
Well, that was rude.
Throw back to second, and they got him. Standing in now, Katel Marte fouled off. They could really use a knock here. 0 for 3 in the game so far. 0-1 pitch on its way. Swinging a soft liner. Throw on to first will take care of him, and the White Sox have come home and gotten the victory they needed. It'll set up Game 7 tomorrow for all the marbles as this one is over.
Hey, this was a pretty tightly played game. Got a little bit of everything in this one. Some timely hitting, runs on the board, key pitching, and defense in certain spots. This one was a fun one to watch.
The final score tonight. The Chicago White Sox even the series at 3 and force a World Series Game 7. Ed Walsh takes home the win. Number 29 couldn't escape the 4th inning as he slapped with the loss. From the south side of Chicago, welcome to the home of the White Sox, Guaranteed Rate Field. It's the big one, Game 7 of the World Series between the Wizards and the Chicago White Sox. Hi again, everybody. Matt Vasgersian. Welcome to the World Series here on the show. With me is Mark DeRosa and Dan Plizak. And Danny, everything to play for here as we get ready for Game 7.
No doubt. This has really been what you'd call a World Series for the ages. Back and forth, a lot of well-played games, plenty of drama and intrigue, and now it's all come down to this. 1 game, 9 innings for the World Championship. Can't ask for more than that, so sit back and enjoy. Should be a lot of fun.
The build-up to this one is just about over. It's time for all the drama of World Series baseball on the show. And we'll have it for you next. Mark Burley will be the Game 7 starter here in the World Series in front of his hometown crowd. Dan, any thoughts?
You know, Matt, this guy pitched awfully well in his last one. A no decision, even though he pitched 8 complete innings.
Infield in the overshift here. Now the pitch. Lined hard toward right center. And that finds some outfield grass. It's a base hit. And now we'll look at the starting lineup for the visitors in this one. What do you have on this lineup as they go for a championship here on the road, D-Row?
Well, Matty, you take a look at this lineup filled with young bloods. Just young guys, hungry, aggressive, trying to do damage and move traffic to both gaps. Line-to-line power up and down this lineup. Should be interesting to see if this pitcher uses their aggressiveness against him.
Fooled pretty badly there as he reaches to poke this one foul. First swings for him in this one with a runner still at first and one gone. Here's the 0-1 pitch.
That's a great call right there. Fastball away with a guy who's got some jets on first base. Almost like a hybrid pitch out. Great for a catcher if that guy's running. Easy transfer throw to second base.
Slapped hard the opposite way, and that'll get down for a base hit. So they get to him for a couple of hits in the inning here, but they've got nothing to show for it. Time for the White Sox to go to work. No score. Three-finger Mordecai Brown gets the ball in hostile territory here for Game 7 of the World Series. What's your take on him, Dan?
Well, this guy's kind of unique. How about a 5-pitch repertoire that he has? That gives him a lot of options for both righties and lefties. And if he's on, he could be really tough to hit.
Okay, here's a defense for the away team. And let's take a look at outfielder Mookie Betts. You can make the argument he's the most dynamic player in our sport. Don't try and come inside with a fastball because it's getting turned around. But I don't think people realize how good he patrols the outfield.
And that'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. 0 for 1 after a pop-out in foul territory his first time through.
Yeah, Matty, and I think that pop-out was just a result of poor pitch selection. Got to see the pitch over the heart of the plate. He chased well out of the zone, and as a result, didn't really put a good swing on that. This could be a huge win for the guy on the mound if he's able to get out of this inning 1, 2, 3 and start fresh next inning with the middle of the order.
Into the windup. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Bases are empty here with 2 men out. Fouled away. Swing, and there it goes. Deep to left. No chance at bringing this one back. And goodbye. This one ain't coming back. A solo shot here to left. His 5th so far in this series. As they get on the board first, it's 1-0.
Well, people always wonder why some players make so much money, and there's your answer. The great ones find a way to rise to the occasion in the postseason, and he did right there.
Strike 3 called as he says, you got to be kidding me, with the side retired. White Sox leave 1. They're down 1-0. So the batting order turns over now and set to go Mookie Betts. 1 for 2 with a base hit back in the first inning of play. The pitch. And he fouls this one off. Big swing and a miss at the fastball, and he's behind in the count 0-2.
This is one of the things that makes him so effective as a pitcher. Able to pound the zone with all different options.
High in the air down the right field line. Legs churning. He's headed for second. And that one skips up over the wall for a ground rule double. Hit out towards second. Throw in the dirt, but a good scoop at first saves an error as the side is retired. So no runs here on a base hit, no errors, and one man left aboard. On to the bottom of inning number 6. The Wizards lead this one 1-0.
He got the pitch he wanted, and he didn't miss it right there. Hammer job.
At the plate, Frank Thomas belted high and deep into right center. And this is down for extra bases, and with 2 out, this might get them both home. And not in time as the second run scores.
Man, he was not messing around here. Sitting on the first pitch he saw and drove it to the outfield, bringing in both runners and putting himself into scoring position.
And he's going to motion for his bullpen here. That'll do it for the starter tonight. He'll leave after 6 and at the very least kept his club in it to this point. Bruce Sutter takes the ball here as he'll enter with a runner at first and nobody out. Grounded back up the middle. Fielded cleanly. One there. On to first as they get the double play to get him out of the inning. Good guys held in check here as they're unable to add to their 2-1 lead.
Hey, just a nice piece of hitting right there. He's able to keep his hands inside that ball, stay square as long as possible, and feed it into the opposite field for a base hit.
So now it'll be the 4-hole hitter, Frank Thomas. And this is as pressure-filled a spot as one could imagine, with this World Series potentially hanging in the balance. So it's no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left stranded. 8 innings are complete. We're on to the 9th in Game 7. The White Sox lead this one 2-1. There's a look at the final line for the White Sox starter. And he really delivered a fantastic postseason performance.
Got it to bend a lot, and by the time it got there, it had fallen completely out of the zone. Not much you can do with that pitch.
Next to hit, Babe Ruth. And their season hangs in the balance here as they're down to their final out. Here's the first pitch, and this is sliced hard down the left field line. And that's a fair ball as it'll head for the 3:30 sign near the bullpen.
What an unbelievable at-bat right there in the 9th inning. Game on the line to get yourself on base, to create an opportunity for your boy right here to be a hero.
Tim LaCastro will be summoned now to be the pinch runner. At the plate now, Mike Trout, as the first pitch to him is in there for a called strike 1.
Hey, I know the tying runs at first right here, but if the pitcher on the mound executes, keeps the ball in play, I think good things are going to happen.
LaCastro, the runner at first with 2 gone. He's running. Line to the right side. And this gets on him quickly here and deflects off him. Throw in time, and they are World Series champions.
Boo. Boo, boo,
Well,
boo,
nobody
boo,
was good to say they didn't get their
boo,
money's worth in
boo.
this one. It
Boo,
took 7 games, making
boo,
this one of the
boo,
most
boo,
competitive and
boo.
historic World Series in baseball history. So they earned this one, and they can now call themselves the World Series champions.
Back now on the show. More reactions now to this series-clinching victory. And down on the field, we'll get a chance to watch the presentation of the Commissioner's Trophy to the new World Champs. For my partners Mark DeRosa, Dan Plizak, and our entire Fall Classic crew, I'm Matt Vasgersian. You've been watching the World Series.
Well, now that the season's over, it's time to kick out Kerry Wood. That's the first order of business. And who better to replace him with than Shohei Ohtani? The Angels apparently think it's a fair trade, so that's all that I care about. As long as the Angels feel like they're getting a deal, I feel like I'm getting a deal. We're both happy. Welcome to the Wizards, Shohei Ohtani. We will see you next season. Thank you for stopping by. Hit the like button and subscribe on your way out for more Wizards baseball. Thank you. I will see you next time.